All right, finally. Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, mortals, immortals, whatever you are. I am your host, Sauron, the Dark Lord of Mordor, and welcome to a very, very, very special episode of the BlackGate podcast. I have no idea what episode number this is. I did not bother to check. However,
That's fair.
our topic of today is one. Actually, I'll go ahead and say it. It's my favorite comic book character of all time. You know him, you love him, and if you don't, correct yourself. Al Simmons, aka Spawn. And today with me, I have, well, hopefully some other people will be joining us too. But as of right now, I have three esteemed guests who I'll let them introduce themselves right now.
Uh, I'm Exalted Speed. I do comic stuff on Twitter. I have a YouTube channel I occasionally update. It's true. I do comic stuff on Twitter, and I have a YouTube channel I occasionally update.
It's funny because I had no idea you had a YouTube channel.
Awesome. Yeah.
I have an entire video on Tomb of Dracula I posted. Oh well.
If I'm going next, hi, I'm Clarix. Everyone knows me on Twitter as the comic book writer and creator of work in progress comics like Clayman, Sins, Pony Warriors, and Dimensional Warriors. I also stream on Twitch most of the time too, if I'm not working on my comics.
And I'm Manlet Thorin on Twitter, and I mostly just post on Twitter about the Hobbit movies. And the thing I'm mostly known for is creating the term Nazgûl.
I remember that. Oh God. Oh God. Nazgûl. Jesus Christ, man. Like, okay, we're talking about Spawn.
Yeah.
So, give a little prefix for Spawn is that, like, when it comes to comic book characters for myself mostly, like my top two, like there's other characters I like, but the top two that come to the like peak comic book characters for me is Spider-Man and Spawn. And Spawn is essentially the character that got me really into comics. I saw the 90s movie back when I was a kid. I had no idea what was going on. I didn't really understand some of the more complex things going on, but I loved it. I went to my local comic shop. I asked for a Spawn comic. The guy looked at me kind of funny, like you could tell he knew that Spawn was not. I was not the age demographic for Spawn, but he showed it to me anyways. And one of the first panels I saw was Violator ripping people's hearts out, and I've been hooked ever since.
My experience with Spawn can basically be summed up as I saw the movie trailer first as a kid, and it took me a long time to come to it because at the time when I was a kid, Spawn didn't have a lot of trade paperbacks and borders, so I had to get what I could get of the character. But eventually, I got what I was able to find. Spawn. I was able to find more Spawn comics. Plus, all the action figures were always around. I only have one Spawn action figure I own, but I'll talk about him in a bit. Because I'll talk about him because he's going to factor into a story. But yeah, no. I first got into Todd McFarlane because Marvel at the time was reprinting his Spider-Man run.
Oh, that was a good run.
Oh yeah, it's a fantastic run. Like, look, it's one of the prettiest Spider-Man books of all time, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, totally. I loved how he made Spidey particularly.
Like, who doesn't love the spaghetti webbing?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I just love. Yeah, go ahead. But I love his like. I just love his art style. It's probably because it's the art style I grew up with, but it is unironically whenever I see it, you couldn't convince me that it was bad in some degree. I'm like, no. I'm not the guy to make this argument towards.
Yeah, it's like was it for me in my experience of how I knew Spawn? It's embarrassing, is that by the time when Death Battle was kind of doing what its thing, I saw Kratos versus Spawn, and I was a huge God of War guy, and I was like, "Who's this guy that Kratos is fighting?" So I just did my research on YouTube. They back then you could watch all the seasons of the Spawn TV series on YouTube. So I watched like season 1 and 2. I didn't watch season 3 until recently. So yeah. But then
Yeah.
I got into it and I'm like, hey, this is a really nice supernatural comic. And then
Okay.
that kind of got me into my love for like later on with Devil May Cry and Hellboy and all the other supernatural-esque comics.
I'll say this. Be careful if you watch Spawn season 3 because some episodes are out of order.
I noticed that, and it's very. It. I've heard stories that like the season 3 was like rushed, and it feels rushed.
Yeah, definitely.
It feels rushed as hell. I think it's mostly because Todd was about to go through the lawsuit.
Yeah, because like there's a character. The character Jade was essentially supposed to be Angela.
That was a Neil Gaiman claimed to own that character, right?
Yeah. Well,
he didn't just claim he won the case. So like,
well, I mean,
that actually.
I know what you mean, but I'm saying like it's one of those where it's like now we legally have to say, yeah, he owns her.
Well, that seemed to be the case with a lot of the early Image stuff. Is they all wanted to do their own, create their own characters, but they also wanted to do this like Marvel, DC style universe, and like Spawn's origin story involves a character from Youngblood. Like it's intertwined from the start.
Yeah, we were talking about that at the start of the stream. How like one of the main characters in the Spawn mythos for Al Simmons, the guy who murdered. Well, okay, first of all, we're spoiling the Spawn comic. We're spoiling the comics, the movie, the shows. We're spoiling it all because, like, to be perfectly fair, yes, the comic is still going on, but so much of it has been going on. Like 300 and some issues.
I'm just going to be completely honest. Todd spoils the comic himself.
Yeah, but
yeah,
but he's on the screen right now.
When he's not trying to, or that's his intention, but he ends up like spoiling like plot points and Spawn nonetheless.
Like if you watch the Spawn TV show, he'll just be like, Spawn made a deal with Malbolgia before that's revealed in the episode.
Yeah, like his intros, they're cool in the way that, like, they got a little bit of like kind of cheesiness to them.
I've been making fun of them all week.
I've seen them; they're so funny.
They're completely unnecessary, but I like the touch of having the guy who created the character like routinely appearing in the show.
Oh, I just want to point this out. Bernie, I don't know how you say that. How do you say that? In the YouTube chat. I don't know if you can see him. I'll just call you Burning because I don't want to butcher that, but like
Exeter.
I like season 3 of Spawn, the show. Like I like it. I just know that
I actually think it's overall the best season. It's just that look, the only issue I have with that fucking season is that you have to know the right order going in. Because
I like it because it introduces the it's funny because like as much as like I like seasons 1 and 2, they don't really get to the meat of the Spawn story, which is the war between heaven and hell. Season 3 is where they really get into the war between heaven and hell. But it's like, you know, it's not exactly as well put together as it should have been because it's literally the main arc of the story essentially.
I would say that one of the problems of the Spawn HBO series, and this is just my criticism of the entire series generally. Now here's the thing. I think the Spawn series is a worthwhile show. So any criticisms I have, I think you should still watch it.
Oh, definitely.
But these are criticisms, and nothing's perfect. Blah blah blah. So I just want to make sure people get. I'm not bashing the series here. Spawn Spawn can be very passive, and that can be
Yes,
annoying.
that the first season he kind of just gets his ass kicked like constantly.
Yeah, and while there are cool moments for Al, he does have awesome moments. The series' tendency to indulge in just showing the worst of humanity while slowing down the plot can grate on you, because it's like,
There's
look,
there's an episode in season 3 where it's I think the title is Made Man, and it's basically like
Mhm.
Spawn, Cogliostro, and there's like this like mafia guys who they're about to kill their friend, and basically one guy has like a choice.
Yeah.
And essentially the way it's shown in the episode and told is that this is this kid's moment of whether or not he is gonna, well, not become a hellspawn, but in the sense become eligible to become a hellspawn. And
Yeah.
it's cool in its premise. It's interesting to see, but it does kind of drag on. Like
especially the cliffhanger. Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
man, I was like, oh man, there's no more left of this.
It's
the
one of
cliffhanger
those,
is so.
it's one of those things of, I like the series, but damn it, a lot could have been done if they were more like, if they packed their episodes and not just be like, all right, time to see this horrible thing happen and go into the evils of humanity all the time. Here's the thing. I think if they dedicated one episode to that a season, it would have been fine. Like, just have it kind of front loaded in an episode and have the rest of them kind of be plot, like setting up a theme. Admittedly, back in the day, they didn't really think of like arc storytelling. Arc storytelling was very kind of newish. So there's a lot of like episodicness to it to an extent. But it's the biggest problem with the series. But when the series is good, the series is great. I do actually like the morality plays a lot. It's just that, ugh, I wanted more of the plot.
Yeah, because like I said, like seasons 1 and 2 have a very much like, and this is one of my favorite kinds of things when it comes to any kind of story, is when you have a real grounded world with a mystical element thrown into it as a wild card. I love that.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite aspects of it. And seasons 1 and 2 do that very well, where you have this conspiracy political shit going on, and essentially hell is becoming, not even just Al himself, like hell in and of itself is becoming like a major player. Well, spoiler, it turns out they were the major player, but that's kind of gone into later. But I love that element. Seasons 1 and 2 do it very well. Season 3, it has some of that to it, but not as much. It goes into the like heaven hell side of things, which I do think is the more interesting stuff. However, I don't think they committed enough to it, in my opinion. I feel like they kind of like they wanted to teeter a line.
Honestly, the biggest disappointment with the series I honestly had, you never see Malbolgia.
I actually kind of like that. Well, at first.
Here's the thing. Season 1 and 2, perfectly fine. But here's the only disappointment I have. I wish Spawn, the animated series, ended up getting 2 more seasons. Like, just 2 more. Like, make it 5 seasons. What if world, blah, blah, blah. But I would have loved to see Malbolgia in the art style they were doing. That's really all. That's it.
The fact they didn't look. So this is one thing that always gets me every time I rewatch the show, because I've seen the show plenty of times. I always forget he doesn't show up. I always forget that. It's every time they mention his name, they refer to him plenty of times, but I always forget that he never once shows up. And you're right. Like, it would be great if he shows up. I do think, personally, I think if they had a chance to continue it, he probably would have shown up at least probably in season 4. If anything. But like the fact that like he's mentioned, you don't get to see him, but you still get the sense that everything that's happening around Al is essentially because of him. And I always thought
Yeah.
that was a very, especially in the comic, because in the comic, he's revealed in like the first 5 issues.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of time to reread stuff, but I read the first paperback of the Origins collection, and Malbolge is in there like right away. Like the first episode, the second issue, we see Violator. Malbolge is in there.
Yeah,
I'm gonna pull up Spawn on Read Comics Online just to make sure on what issues, blah blah blah.
yeah, because I know. So here's one thing I like to say when it comes to Spawn. Like, personally, for me, I love the first few issues of. I grew up on it for nostalgia, but they are book to read. Like, if you had to, I would unironically say like watch season 1 of Spawn instead of the comic if you want to get like a very coherent version of that story. I'm not saying skip the comic, but I'm just saying like if you want to like the series feels like the polished version of what the first arc of the comic was supposed to be.
Shit!
I believe
Malbolge
it's
is actually
supposed to
up
be.
in the first issue.
Oh, is he in the first
really?
issue? I don't even remember.
Yeah, like literally on the last page.
Okay, yeah,
Oh.
yeah, that's right. He's like just talking to himself.
I'm just having it up just because, like, I'm not trying to correct people here. It's just like, okay, let's just look through it because, as you know, we're talking about them.
Oh yeah, I knew he was like the early issues, but I couldn't say which, and I didn't want to oversell it. You know what I mean? I didn't want to be like, oh, he just shows up page 1. I just gave it a little buffer room, but I knew he showed up in like the first few issues at least.
No problem. I do research on comics all the time. I'm quick at this. So, but no, with all this said, like, no, to talk about Spawn a bit, just because I feel like I kind of do want to bring up the context of when it was created very much, because, like, because I feel like if you talk about Spawn, you need to talk about Todd McFarlane and what his goals were for the series. Because to me, you can't separate Spawn out from the era he came in and the trends he started. And Todd basically made Spawn as, hey, this is mine. I own it. This is my thing.
Yeah. Yeah, there's very much that kind of element, especially in not to say he's wrong to do so or anything like that, but you can tell by the way he talks about Spawn, even today, like it's very much like
it's his baby, basically.
It's his baby. Like
he
I made
loves
this.
it. He loves Spawn.
Like the guy's been pushing for a new movie since the old movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one, I'll admit, that one I'm kind of still iffy on. Not that I hate it, but there's just been this weird talk about how he wants to do it, and people, obviously, I hate to say it, like people on Twitter are like, I don't think this is the right approach to what, you know.
Because the way he, this, I haven't really caught up on it because I'm one of those people.
Did Sauron die again?
Yeah, well, he's still on, so.
His mic cut out.
Yeah. Well, he's not.
All right,
muted.
so we're gonna hear him cursing in about 30 seconds.
That's fine.
Okay, I could see my internet bar just disappear.
Okay.
I was just
so I was gonna say. So continue.
So, but basically, like, God, I lost my train of thought because of that.
We were talking about the Spawn movie, and we were talking about it. How people were.
Yeah, because the way he was talking about it, again, this is like years ago when I first heard about this, where it was supposed to be like, it was supposed to follow like another set of characters, and Spawn was going to be like a background thing.
Yeah, Twitch Williams, and then they already
Sam and Twitch, they were investigating.
And it's like, and people, and I could be wrong, they were thinking of getting fucking Mark Wahlberg to be Twitch, and I'm like, really? Like him? They already fucking ruined Uncharted by getting him to be Sully. Like, I don't want to
say it, but wouldn't the obvious one be John Goodman?
Well, yeah, John
He would be a
well, it
perfect
was made in the
Sam.
90s.
Yeah,
when he
John-
was
He'd be a
still, like,
perfect Sam.
John would be Sam. Yeah. Would
Who could be Twitch?
Yeah, that's a toughie because we kind of get like a bit of a scrawny dude, right? He'd have to have the blonde hair, the
As-
bottle
mustache.
glasses.
If you don't care about the hair color, I would honestly love to see Steve Buscemi do it.
Oh, okay.
He looks
I
to
could
me like-
I could actually see him. Yeah, like in
What's
that
funny
spot.
though is like,
Yeah,
and this
me
is one
too.
thing that always makes me laugh is that like, so Sam and Twitch are like, they're not my favorite characters in the Spawn
I
series.
love them. They're
but
some of my
I
favorites.
personally love them too.
They are
yeah.
some of my favorites. They're not like my top
I
5,
Will
but
be the official Sam and Twitch stan of this stream.
Yeah.
I am
Sam
here
and
to
Twitch
defend
stan.
their
I
honor.
love like how one thing I always loved. I love the dynamic that Sam is actually like as much of an asshole as he is. He's actually a good cop in the sense he cares about his job. But Twitch is like this secret, quiet, badass marksman. Like, is one thing that always, it's one of those where it's like it's so obvious because it's like one of those where it's like the appearance is meant to throw you off, so it's kind of obvious in its way. They try to trick you, but at the same time, I love it.
Well, because they give you the impression that Sam is a complete buffoon in the first like arcs of the book, because all he's doing is eating and complaining, and Twitch is just fetching food for him.
And I love the joke. There's an early joke. They do it in the season 1 and in the comic, but it's slightly the same joke. Where in the comic, Twitch is like, "I noticed you only ate a dozen donuts. You're on a diet, sir." And I was like, "Oh, damn."
All right.
Damn. Like
Okay.
immediately, it's like, "Oh man, Twitch ain't playing around."
Yeah,
guys,
or in the show when like it's like I don't know if they actually animated it like that, but Sam's like looks a little lighter. That's probably because he was worried when Twitch almost died around like season 3.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Spoiler
and
for
it's just
this show.
I was like almost speechless just how Sam was, because again you got to remember these guys are still human. They're not. They're badasses, but they're still human. And Sam was legit going a little teary-eyed over Twitch's potential death,
And I love how, like, again, spoiler alert for the HBO series. I'm sorry if you haven't seen it, especially you, Edgy, because I saw you said you haven't seen it. But, like, one of the things I love about, especially in season 3, is Twitch essentially figures it out.
Yes.
I love that. I love how he basically figured the whole thing out. The only thing he missed was the hell element, which, to be fair, who in the right mind, like aside from the comic book angle, like I'm talking about like from an actual real life angle, who in the hell would sit there and say you must be a demon from hell?
So this might ruin Sam and Twitch for people, but I'm going to say this.
What? Okay, go.
They're the cop versions of Marcy and Patty from the Peanuts.
You're right, because I do remember that. Because Twitch is very often he's like Sam will say something that Twitch is very obviously already figured out on his own, and he's just like, "Very good, sir."
Yes, I just noticed that the entire time. Like, man, this dynamic feels familiar. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned John Goodman, and Sam always reminded me of Fred Flintstone. Just the way he looks and his voice.
It kind of does. Now that I'm like thinking back on it, like, oh man, see, this is one thing I loved about like, I think this is one of the things that got me into Spawn was that like not only was Al Simmons / Spawn a cool character, like everyone else had something to them that made them cool or interesting or even just fun.
Mm-hmm.
Like Violator, for example. Violator is one of my favorite villains, and it's mostly because of like he's so silly, but at the same time it kind of fits a demon to have that personality where he doesn't really care about anything, but there's also that level of smugness to him where he's like, I'm a demon, you're a human turned into a demon, we are not the same.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, like, if you guys are talking about Violator, it's like, man, he is like one of my absolute favorite demon characters in a fictional comic book series. Just like, yeah, he's not the most powerful, but he still leaves an impact on like almost everybody he makes in contact with, especially Spawn, who's supposed to be, in which case he's his handler. He's supposed to make sure that, well, as far as I know, around with his arcs in the comics, he can't kill him, of course, but he can like fuck him around a bit, but he has to make sure that he does his job. Malbolgia.
Yeah, because like because the comic and the show do it very differently. Like in the comic, Spawn and Violator are pretty much equals. Like their first fight, they're just tearing pieces off each other, and Malbolgia comes in and just tells them to stop. And that's kind of like how it goes on for a while in the comics, where they're just kind of rivals. Then Spawn very easily kind of gets over on Violator. That's kind of the end of that, where he's just more of a nuisance. In the show though, like that first fight between the two of them, to me, it helps set the standard, because like up until that point, Spawn was only fighting like relatively human character. I think at most was that around Overkill in the show.
He would have fought Overkill around issue 7.
Right, that was that was the one thing that disappointed me with season 1. We never got to see that full like end fight with him and Overkill. I wanted to see Spawn kill him. Like,
yeah, that would have been awesome.
Honestly,
hey, what's up, Jay?
Hello.
Okay.
No, like honestly, I thought that was actually the first. That was actually the Spawn issue that made me like Spawn, because I thought, wow, Frank Miller actually is doing a pretty solid job here.
That's like that's another thing I love too, is that like most of the time with a random note, but like back then with these people, you'd think like that with the Edge and all this, like sometimes they get scared, but some of these hardcore mercs guys, especially like Overkill and Chapel, they've made various comments, which I guess I won't say just in case, about Spawn's outfit, especially in the show.
Oh my god!
Know what I mean, yeah.
Oh my god! I remember
going around in some FE outfit, if you know what I'm talking.
I remember on my Discord server, we were watching like the first few we watched the first season of Spawn in the Discord server, and I remember that part where in the show where Overkill and Spawn first meet, and this is YouTube, so I ain't repeating his exact words.
Yeah,
he has some comments about Spawn's. He has some comments about Spawn's outfit, and I was straight up like, "Oh man, I don't care if this is HBO. There's no way they would have gotten away with that today."
Yeah, and then like also the same thing too. What Chapel, when he says like with Spawn's outfit again, he doesn't say it as like, I guess they would say quote unquote offensive, but he does say something parade. Is there something parade around town? And then it's like, I'm like, oh snap,
One thing that always gets me though is like, it's too, especially in the show, because in the comic they don't really take themselves that seriously, not in those first few issues. Like they see Spawn and they automatically think superhero, because I think even in the context of that, like you had other superhero teams out there, because that was back when like Image was definitely like a shared universe with everything else. Image.
Yeah, they mentioned Youngblood like 5 times in those first 3 issues.
Yeah, and then
And
like, in the show.
Well, like if you were following all the Image books at the time, they had this whole new they ripped it off from Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns, because everybody was a Frank Miller dick sucker back then. But with that whole thing going on, they would have like newsreels going on about the other comics. So you would hear like, guys, there's this guy in Chicago who's big and green and has a fin on his head. There's also this Youngblood team.
There's literally a panel where Spawn's walking down the street and he's in disguise, and a bunch of kids say, "Hey, look, it's a superhero," and he's like freaking out because he thinks they see him, but then it turns out it's like Savage Dragon on TV.
They're still doing that. I mean, I have a trade paperback from like 2019, and they're still doing the news segments every issue, but they're wordier and wordier, and it's like ridiculous now.
Yeah, at this point, I think the news segments are one of those where it's like they're not going anywhere. It's one of those where it's like, because when I saw them, when I read Spawn issue 1, I literally was like, oh my god, I forgot about these. Like, it's something you associate with Spawn at this point. At least I do. When I think Spawn, that is one of the things that comes up.
Well, it's just kind of the thing Image did at the time, and I probably should explain how supposedly the Image universe actually works, because this is one of those things you kind of have to know out of universe to get it, because if you're just like a guy going in expecting it to be like a regular comic universe, you're fucked. So
we can get into that bit a little bit later, though, just because
because there are some stuff about it, because it kind of goes into how they handle things, how they handle licenses, blah blah blah. But it is what it is.
Yeah, because the thing about Spawn is that because when it comes to because recently, well, I say recently, it's been a couple of years now. What, 2016, 2017 is when they had a quote unquote reboot of Spawn with Spawn Resurrection. And it's weird because it is technically a reboot because they do kind of recontextualize a couple of things. However, everything prior to it, canon, the changes come about legal stuff behind the scenes, not so much as creative stuff, if you know what I mean. It wasn't oh, let's recontextualize the person who killed Al because it's a better idea. No, it's more no, we can't use this character anymore, so let's change who killed Al Simmons. You're joking.
Yeah.
Wait, hold up.
Did you get my message?
Manlet, no, that can't be true. How do I share this?
I wasn't sure how to share it, so I sent it to you.
Okay, give me a second. You guys can keep talking. I'm about to share this real quick.
Yeah, there's a share button. Yeah, there's a share button next to the Leave Studio button.
Oh yeah, I'm getting it.
Yeah, it's fine. It's these movies have the same director. Holy shit! Wow.
Really?
Now that I think about
I've
it,
heard of that. Not Spawn, of course. I've already heard of Spawn, but Halloween Town High. I've actually watched that. I mean, it's a typical Disney movie. What do you expect?
Look, I was a teen in high school. I wasn't doing anything on Halloween that night, so I was like, might as well watch Halloween Town.
I would love it if there was a Spawn or some kind of cameo in that.
It was on the TV, and I was looking. I didn't see any references. I think it's just work for hire work for that director. But when I was watching Spawn, I had to look up who did it, and that's this is his whole filmography. He did 5 movies, and Spawn and Halloween Town are among them.
Because I don't keep up with directors and stuff like that, at all. At the most, Quentin Tarantino is probably the only one I could tell you some of the movies he made. And I couldn't tell you all of them, but it's I don't look into what other works directors have done unless I'm just drunk one night and it's oh, IMDb, let's see who made this and this.
No, that's totally fair.
I would love it if there was a Spawn-ish cameo and Halloween Town High. So now you have to sit here and wonder which one of these kids.
Violator walking around in the background.
Oh my god.
John Leguizamo's this is my time to shine. I've come back, but it's in a cameo of Halloween Town.
Oh, John Leguizamo, God, he was so say what you will about the Spawn movie, he was probably him, Michael J. White. They
killed it.
In their respective roles.
I and that too. I call it kind of actor sacrifice because the dude that what was it? The thing with the maggot worms on the pizza.
Oh yeah, he straight up ate a maggot.
Yeah, he ate those on for real, but after after that take, he puked it. If I remember right. So he was it was I'm gonna be, what this, and he would Violator totally would do that. Hell, in the show, he was literally licking some kind of weird Rocky Road ice cream, but it had maggots on it. So
well, yeah, because especially when you find out the context later that he's just a demon, he doesn't care, and even that body he's in is just it's just a skin suit for the most part.
Yeah.
It's just like I hate.
Yeah, that's like a good question too. So the reminds me with the priest. I wonder if the priest with the grenades. I wonder if like that kind of skin suit that was just like a guy he borrowed, like killed and just used, or he just made it up. Well, I mean, he possibly could. He does have that
I
power.
Well, because like.
I think it was. I think they did imply that was like a borrowed thing in the
So
show.
it might have been person, yeah.
Yeah, because I remember like, and it is another thing that's kind of funny is that like, in the comic, he could essentially turn into whatever he wanted to. It was Malboja who kind of made him turn into that clown, in a sense, like this is now your default form. And in the movie, and I think it might be in the show too, where it's implied that like Violator fucked up, and so as punishment, Malboja made his human form that clown. So now he can't live it up as a human because it's like people see him and it's like they see that. They see a short fat guy with a blue face paint on, and it's just like, what the hell is this freak up to?
Yeah. And also like I think later on, and it's weirdly enough when I think like this is like further in with Spawn, but I think when Jason Wynn died, or technically his soul, and it was like someone needs to like take over his body. Guess who it was? It was the Violator. So he took over his body.
Oh man! Speaking of Jason Wynn, man, like
yeah, I would say that too. Speaking of him, I would probably I could be wrong. I would possibly say without any like demonic or angelic powers, he is probably the most dangerous, most powerful human in Spawn, like regarding at least resources and all that other stuff. And of course, he was kind of the guy that set up everything in hindsight for Spawn.
Yeah,
he set up his death.
He's just like he's unironically one of the most evil guys on the planet. Like it's unironically, he's like one of the most evil men on the planet. CIA director just selling weapons, doing a bunch of illegal shit.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna point this out. Do you know, like you say that he's one of the most evil men? Do you want to know what one of the ideas for season 4 of Spawn the Animated Series was going to be?
What was that?
Was it his arc of becoming Redeemer?
Jason Wynn redemption arc.
What the fuck?
I mean, if Mr. Gon can get a redemption arc at the max, it's fine.
Keep in mind, in the context of Spawn, Heaven are like, I know it's like the edgy thing to say and do, but in the context of Spawn, Heaven are not the good guys.
Yeah, I know.
In this case, they're not the good guys. They'll straight up you got beef with Spawn, that's good enough for us. Welcome to our side.
Yeah, the show did it well, and also, of course, the comics, and we discussed before in the Discord, the first person to become the Redeemer was actually Jason Wynn. Again, one of the most evil men on the planet. They were like, fuck it, we just want to kill Spawn, So
yeah, he became a surrogate angel. And to be fair, like, it wasn't really, well, it was him, but it wasn't really like his personality. It was basically
doesn't he become like an avatar for the Redeemer?
It was kind of like a fucked up original Shazam situation where it's basically like, yeah, you're just gonna be the host of this thing, and you're not gonna have free will here. Good luck with this, Jason.
He doesn't even remember being Jason Wynn.
Yeah, it's basically like what happened with, what was it, The Darkness 2, when like Jackie had to see his girlfriend basically become the Angelus. And realize it's not her. Right. It's like it's the other one, which is fucked up again in hindsight, but Well,
because one thing I see all the time is this actually applies to The Darkness as well, is that like in a lot of like media, when it comes to like heaven and hell, a lot of times they get contextualized as like heaven is order, so they control things. Like when they have a host, they control them. And hell is more like the chaos, where it's like, here's your crazy powers, do whatever the hell you want, because they know that chaos is gonna, fuck shit up for them.
Yeah, it's also even like the first episode. It's kind of like what you said, because what one of the Spawn hosts was talking about is that Hellspawn, they like to keep the quote unquote recruits confused. So usually they keep their memories usually are wiped, so almost a wiped clean scenario, but they still keep their any battle experience they had in their previous life is still kept in there, But like,
Yeah,
it's very
just
it's
enough
very
for them to still be
chaotic.
violent. Just enough for them to still be violent.
In the books,
and
Malbolger just does it because he's a jerk.
Yeah.
There's no other motivation for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually how, or at least like in media, how most demons are. They're just like very chaotic individuals, and that's just how they like it.
Also, I will say this because Burning mentioned like Jason Wynn having a sort of redemption arc, the weakest idea. Like, you're right, because that, like, considering all the man had did in seasons 1 through 3, yeah, that's a dumb idea. However, when it comes to the context of Spawn, like, again, like, that's kind of one of the things is where like Heaven aren't the good guys. They'll straight up take an evil man.
Well,
it's like, oh, you want to kill Spawn? That's good enough for us. Redemption.
If you follow like the Todd McFarlane live action segments, the weird as fuck live action segments, where the man will ask you, "Would you rather go to hell or be a cuck?" Because that.
Oh my god. Okay, that's something I really wanted to bring up because in the Spawn universe, Al Simmons. The reason why I keep saying Al Simmons and Spawn is because he's not the only Spawn. Obviously,
there's multiple Spawns.
There's Nordic Spawn, Gunslinger Spawn.
Medieval,
I mean, you could almost make an entire action figure line out.
Yeah, or I remember his name, Cagliostro.
It's funny you say that.
Spawn.
We'll get to Cagliostro in a second because that's a whole segment.
Pandora's box of weird.
But when it comes to like the Spawns, like. So you have like a bunch of different spawns and stuff like that. And God. Shit. So yeah, like you have a bunch of different spawns, and I noticed it's like obviously they have to earn their place in hell. You can't just you can't really just die and just become a spawn. You have to essentially prove yourself to hell to become a hell spawn. And one thing I kind of notice when it comes to a lot of these spawns is they have very bad luck with women. Like, it's almost like a universal thing. Like, what's his name? The medieval spawn? Both versions of him?
Yeah, I think Cagliostro.
Cagliostro. But I'm speaking more like the both versions of the medieval spawn because, like, there's two crossovers with them with Witchblade where it's like each one is essentially about the guy either like in the first one, like the 90s one, the guy essentially sold his soul for a woman he had a one-night stand with, and then when he brings it up, the woman's just like, yo, what? No,
you took that way
stupid. You took that way too seriously. I was like, oh,
damn. I need to point out something that was written by Garth Ennis.
And
explains a lot.
It's like I keep forgetting. Doesn't Ennis technically hate superheroes or something?
Yes,
Ennis is a complicated dude, and I'll just say this because I've actually looked into it myself. He hates how oversaturated they are, which that's fair.
That's a fair criticism.
That is actually a fair criticism, and he thinks on some level there's a hypocrisy to a lot of them. The only two superheroes he likes. And this isn't counting like guys like the Punisher.
Yeah, because they're more like anti-heroes or so around that regard.
Like,
not really
like
heroes,
Yeah, are Spider-Man and Superman. Those are the only two.
Okay.
The most pure heroes there ever were.
And yeah, if I remember right too, Ennis actually did write for Superman at one point.
Yeah, like here's the thing. The reason he likes Superman is mostly because of the immigrant metaphor with the character. Ennis relates a lot to that. He also finds something similar in Spider-Man. He feels they come from a more pure place as characters.
Oh, he likes Wonder Woman? Oh, okay.
No. Wonder Woman. Oh, no. He probably just like.
Oh, he lies?
No, like I said he only liked two. Spider-Man's.
Hold on. Well, yeah, because DJ Comic Wiz is saying he likes Wonder Woman, though.
I mean, who doesn't like Wonder Woman? Let's be honest here.
I haven't.
Depends on which Wonder Woman who writes for. I mean, remember Nubia Real One?
Oh Lord, let's not get
God.
into that.
Let's
That's
let's
a
focus
whole-
on Spawn.
That's a whole nother topic.
My
Not-
apologies. My apologies.
But one thing, but I just want to mention this about the like when it comes to like, especially the medieval spawns for example.
Yeah.
Because because what's funny is that like, especially when it comes, at least the original medieval spawn. I'm not too familiar with the old one, but the original medieval spawn, he's really not evil. Like he's really not a bad guy at all. Like when you see him and the way he talks and behaves, he's probably one of the least evil, less assholey spawns there are. And so
that's keeping in with Neil Gaiman's actual first appearance of the character, because like in all seriousness, medieval Spawn he's just portrayed as usually the most heroic of all of them.
Yeah, it's funny to me because it's like you see the story, and throughout the like, especially when it comes to like the Spawn Witchblade crossover, because it's like the guy the entire time is again like he's like, as someone who read Spawn and then reads this, it's like this guy does not seem like a Spawn. So for the story to end with him just basically getting his heart broken, I was like, God damn, man, what you trying to say? And then the other one, the more recent medieval Spawn, like that whole story, it's basically like King Arthur levels of cuck and betrayal. Like the entire time, like again, I'm spoiling the comic, so like spoiler alert.
Yeah.
I hate the art style. If you ever weird 3D art style on the screen, what it's from, and I hate it. It looks like PS2 graphics. But in the comic, it's like he thinks he's like this king who like went missing. Like he's like the king of this land who went missing, and like the idea is that he was like murdered or some shit by like someone he trusted. But then it turns out at the end that like he's not the king. He was the king's best friend who was sleeping with his wife. Like keep in mind, and in the middle of a battle, he stabbed the king in the back, only to find out later that the woman the king's wife was actually a witch, and was playing them up both, trying to like get their souls. And so the hero the medieval Spawn kills himself, and then Malboja gets his soul. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, man! Like, what is with the Spawns and their relationships with women? What are you trying to tell me? Like, in order to be a hell Spawn, you gotta have a shit relationship with some kind of woman.
So, from what I can understand in Todd McFarlane's crazy world Wonderland brain, he's trying to like. I'm not going to say Todd's the best writer ever, but he does try and work in certain themes. For one thing, like how I was talking about the whole Jason Wynn redemption arc. If you listen to the Spawn stuff, and sorry, I've been trained as a guy who analyzes a lot of writing, and like this isn't very hard. Just to notice, he's trying to go into the idea of evil can have good and good can have evil. So he often plays with those themes. And one of the things he plays with Spawn or Hellspawn as themes is them having love. So there's a lot of twisted love if you're Spawn or Hellspawn. That's kind of the idea he's going with.
Yeah, because like again, Al and even the original medieval Spawn, their whole reason for becoming a hell Spawn was out of love for a woman or someone they loved in their life in general. That is kind of fitting because it's like, what would a guy sell his soul for? Like realistically,
yeah.
And it's like his wife or his children, something like that. Someone he actually loves and is willing to sell his soul for. Mm-hmm. Most people aren't going to sell their soul just for like. I know people like to make the joke about it, but when you in a realistic quote unquote sense, most people aren't going to sell their souls for minuscule stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say it is kind of fitting that like, basically Todd is saying that like, listen, man, you don't want to go to hell. If you do, you're going to become a cuck. It's just how it goes.
We have discovered this entire. That's the morality of what I learned from Spawn this week. As I was going through the cartoon once again, keeping track of Todd's various themes, the Todd Father. As he just goes on and is like, "Yo, don't go to hell or you're a cuck." But the whole
one
thing
thing
with,
I did One
yeah,
thing I did want to mention though, and so this is something I found very funny. So like you, so Spawn has a very awesome design, right? You see the design
yes,
is very awesome. Now you guys have seen the show, right?
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
you know how
Mhm.
he's like shrouded in darkness all the time.
Yep.
Yeah.
oh yeah,
So you would think that like save on. I'm gonna pause my little video I have in the background so you can fully understand what I'm talking about here. So in the show, he's completely shrouded in darkness. You never
Mhm.
see his design. However, apparently, this design on screen is what is always on there. It's just shrouded in darkness.
Yeah, I don't even remember
It-
seeing the red
Exactly. I'm
outside
like,
of the cape.
Mhm.
I
you had this.
actually kept track. I actually
There's
kept track of how much you actually see. You actually do see some of it in various
Yeah.
episodes. You see some of the red in some of the earlier season 1 stuff.
Yeah, like when he
like
got shot, that one is a good example.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
to see the
Yeah.
red. Or
You
like when
lose
he's
the white-
he goes into the armory, you can see like his legs and then like goes up to his chest and all that, like with the view shot of the camera.
Yeah. And honestly, I kind of as much as I enjoy the show for what it tried to do, I would have liked to see the costume more in frame. Honestly, on some level, I think it's because
it's so funny that like to me it's so funny that you have this. Admittedly, this is to me this is a cool design. Like I love it.
Mhm.
Minus the cape, it does look a little bit off, but that's probably because I'm just used to seeing him with the cape. But the fact that they have this entire design, but they still, I don't know, maybe you can call it an oversight, maybe you can call it dedication, where they're just like, all right, he has this design, but he's in a dark alley, so you're not going to see it. So we got to draw it with that lighting. And it's like, I love to think that it's like two guys, one who drew the design and the other who did the lighting, and they're just having a feud with each other. Like, God damn it, man, show my work. No, we
Oh.
got to sell it on the
it's kind of interesting because Overkill's design was also toned down so heavily.
Oh my god, yes. And you can't even see his design fully either. Like he's shrouded in darkness.
Well, I think that's just a nature of the medium. Is like there's so many moving parts to these characters in a comic that like an artist spends hours drawing a single frame of them. But
I mean, like look at
animating
this. Look
that,
at this.
like
Look at this right here. Like this is a cool. This is a cool, well drawn shot, but it's like a single shot. And the show has some great moments too, but it also has some really funky animation moments where you can kind of tell they were either they didn't draw it as well as they drew some of the other shots and moments versus they, I won't say cut corners, but they did the smart thing. It's like, all right, let's just reuse this animation.
oh, they did that a lot, yeah.
So
but no, honestly, with everything going on, like no, it's a good show most of the time. It's just oh god, I really wish it was given a little bit more time on some level, but it is what it is. Though
it's one of those shows that if it was made today, like I'm like ignoring the context of it coming out back in the 90s. I'm saying if it was made today, you probably would see a lot more of like we season 3 probably wouldn't have been as rushed as it was. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It probably would have gotten a bit more I
I
won't
feel
say
like it
like
had
I
a
won't
little
say
more
like
craft. Than,
yeah,
it's like I feel like if it was made today, it would look like some of those more recent DC animated movies that haven't exactly had a lot of personality.
Oh yeah.
HBO would have been more willing to like put money on it, especially considering
It would
the
be
hype
cheaper.
of superheroes, like the sheer popularity of superheroes, especially today. Like, look at Invincible, for example. Like,
Oh, that was done well.
it was done
Oh,
well,
good.
but it's one of those like when you really think about it, as popular as Invincible was among comics, I never once thought there would ever be an adaptation of Invincible.
yeah.
Like, it's one of those when like when I saw like, oh, there's an Invincible show coming, I literally was like, why? Like, not in a bad way, why? But one of those like, why? Why? Like, why are you doing this? Why are you putting
Robert,
money into this?
Okay. Believe it or not, this is all part of Robert Kirkman's Keikaku. I'm not even kidding. Robert Kirkman actually held back on an Invincible adaptation till now. You see,
Really?
yes,
He saw what they
probably,
did to. He saw what they did to The Walking Dead,
basically he was waiting for.
and it was like, nah, I need more control.
Well, no. Here's the thing: he was waiting for the MCU to take off.
Oh,
Huh.
that actually makes sense.
Because here's the thing: he wanted more superhero tropes to be known by the public before presenting Invincible.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's right.
that
Because
way,
it's like Invincible is
that
essentially like a deconstruction of traditional superheroes.
well, I wouldn't necessarily say Invincible is a deconstruction. I would say it's more of a just an edgier Spider-Man at times with Superman elements. Like, look, this is my take on it. I actually think it's more. I think it's more sincere than a lot of other things. I wouldn't call it like a full deconstruction.
Well, because
But
for me, like when I say deconstruction, I'm like to me, like deconstruction isn't inherently a bad thing as long as the deconstruction then reconstructs what a deconstructed into do, which is what Invincible does. Like it deconstructs the superhero stuff, but also reconstructs it into its own thing. A lot of deconstruction, especially now, it just destroys the previous and just leaves it broken. It doesn't do anything new with it. It at the very least, it's like the point of the deconstruction is it and nothing else. Which it's like, that's fine if you like that kind of thing, but again, all you have later is just a broken thing.
That's fair. Like I said, my whole thing about it is Invincible to me is like, here's the thing. To me, Invincible I thought was just a more sincere version of Savage Dragon. If that makes total sense at all. Like, that's what I always felt it was.
It kind of does, yeah.
Like, that's on some level. So, and here's the thing. Invincible wasn't doing a lot of new stuff to me. And that's just my take on it. But like I said, the reason Invincible was weighted was for a second is because it's very much in a superhero homage universe at times. So he wanted like a mainstream audience to be more receptive to it, but because by that time a lot of people know more superhero tropes. And
also,
that's why
to tie it back into Spawn though, like doesn't Spawn show up in the Invincible War crossover?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah, he was fighting one of Invincible's. Yeah, he was fighting like one of Invincible's like evil counterparts.
Which, when you consider how OP Spawn can be, it's like he only took on one. That was the extent of his involvement. He killed one of the marks.
Well, let's be frank. Yeah, because if he came into Invincible, he would probably steal the show, and then Kirkman be like, "You can't do this," and imagine Todd can't be like, "Yes, the fuck I can."
Todd sitting in like it's the segment from the opening of the Spawn TV series.
Yeah, graded.
He's
like
sitting there drawing his comic on a stool. Kirkman walks in. You can't do this. He turns around. Would you know the devil if you saw him? Because I am.
No one believed the devil.
Kirkman,
I was.
Are you sure you know what good and evil is? Are you?
I still again off like what was it going into like Burning's like comment, like his recent one. I still can't believe like how good what was it the Max TV show was. That was
I
really
love that
good.
show. That was a perfect adaptation.
Right. I was like, oh my god, this is super good. And again, reminder: if you guys, of course, have seen Clayman, huge inspiration to like kind of the design and the smile. So I did that.
Yeah, Burning the Max is on my things to watch.
Oh please!
Oh, you gotta watch it. You gotta watch it.
So good.
The Max. I'll say this. The Max is technically shorter, but I actually think it's overall better than the Spawn show.
It's like 3 hours total.
That's
to sit through the whole series.
It's like I think for one thing, it's like people said like they actually had a better kind of ending to one of the characters, like who wears the Max suit. Like I think the first protagonist that wears the Max costume, yeah, they felt like, oh, he had a good definitive ending. In the comics, it's like, they didn't really like the ending of how they did with the first protagonist. So
they did the Max is a solid comic and show. I would check it out, honestly. I didn't realize that was actually a response to Spawn till years later, and I was like, oh yeah, he's a homeless super. Oh, okay, that makes total sense now.
He also.
I don't mind that. Like that should be a thing, like homeless superheroes. Like
Rorschach is a homeless superhero too.
Exactly. Yeah. He doesn't live anywhere.
The world's greatest bum hero.
No,
I forgot. Spawn is the world's greatest bum hero.
Yeah, because he always protects the alley.
He literally lives with a bunch of hobos.
Yeah, and again, that's the thing. Someone said that too. Is like, but that's what I love too about Spawn is like for how OP he is. He's like very, very grounded to the point that he's literally protecting the alleys of. I think it's in what city is it? New York. I think it's New York. Yeah, protecting the dark alleys of New York and hanging out with bums and homeless people. I don't mind that. I mean, it's really good.
I just think it's really funny is that like especially kind of like especially in the show. I know it's more exacerbated in the show where it's like he's literally wearing the powers of hell on his body.
Yeah,
he could make you explode into green flames with a thought, and yet this motherfucker keeps pulling out guns because that's what he knows.
Yeah.
Well, isn't the reason why he pulls out guns because he doesn't want to use his energy anymore? So he's trying to.
Early on, I believe that was the case until later, where he just basically can do anything.
Later on, in his series, he was like, the limit,
So I should probably talk about this because it comes up on occasion, but initially in the Spawn comics, there was a gimmick to it. Is that there were these numbers appearing?
Yeah.
Todd didn't.
As I like to call it.
And Todd didn't initially explain them. They just showed up, and you're like, "What the fuck are you doing, Todd?"
They show up in the show too. Again, with no context, it's just numbers.
Yeah, when I first saw that, I thought the meter was actually like a countdown to the oncoming, like potential, apocalypse war. If you know what I mean, between the force of heaven and hell, and it's going to go down on Earth.
It's not explained till issue 5 that it's actually counting Spawn's use of his powers.
Yeah, it's his. And how
it's
much
a power meter.
Because, like,
it's basically his power meter.
Yeah,
I think we actually saw the one of the splash pages where we saw Spawn, like the first time he realizes, oh, my powers have limits. But it was just such a cool splash page. We were like, okay, try that again, but next time try and do some real damage. That's when Violator threw out his heart and shit like that.
Yeah. So basically, it's like this whole gimmick that Spawn had initially, and the comic veers on and off using it. It's not exactly something that shows up all the time, but for a good chunk of like the early years of Spawn, it would show up regularly at least. And it shows up in the show as well. As kind of like, oh, this is when if Spawn uses up his meteor, because this is the 90s and it's video games, he will get sent back to hell.
Oh no, sorry,
So
I'm gone again.
Yeah, he dropped out again.
The rage about to ensue.
We'll keep going until he comes back.
Oh no!
I was going to say
his
too.
Spawn meter.
Yeah, I was going to say too.
Oh god,
is a random note, and I apologize for this, but like again, back to the Spawn TV show. Like, obviously, we know the superpower teleportation. The way that they did it with Spawn, it feels like the best I could describe it is horrific. Or at least like how, or even like Cagliostro explains it too, that the first teleportation Hell Spawn's experience is like very much horrific too,
Yeah. Oh yeah. I like a lot of aspects about that of like trying to set up like oh, you have limitations to your powers. There's horrific aspects. I actually like. It's a very well thought out system to an extent.
here we
like,
go. Here we go.
I'm going to murder something.
Again.
I don't even know what I'm going to kill. I'm
would
just going to kill
Would
something.
you
Hey, Sarah,
say your
welcome back.
internet is like the spawn meter,
I didn't think Freddy Bear was on. Jesus.
where it goes down and just then you're sent back to hell?
Exactly. It's like I'm sitting here like just talking, and it just dies, and I'm like, you piece of like.
Who would be your Malboja?
My internet is HBO. It's canceling me. I'm being canceled. God damn it.
I was gonna say though, but then who would be your Malboja?
Fucking who owns the internet? Elon Musk. He's my Malboja.
Yeah. Let's just say Elon Musk.
Elon Musk heard me. I don't even know what he could have got pissed at because I haven't said shit. Sitting there going like, "Oh, what's this?" I don't even know. I don't even have a context of what he would take. Oh, I know.
He just hates Sauron and everything to do with Sauron. He's like, someone named themselves after my least favorite villain ever. Time to destroy.
I'll do you one better. He hates black people. That's what it is.
Fair,
Oh.
fair enough.
This black guy's doing this podcast. Take him out. He probably paid like 5 crypto.
He's doing a podcast about a black superhero.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I want to make a point because this was I can't remember who brought this up. Someone made this point to me where it was a post they saw talking about how like white creators creating black characters.
Oh, that was me. I said that. Yeah.
That was you. Okay, I didn't want to.
Yeah,
I didn't want to say it wasn't you.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I keep apologizing, but I'm just saying that, like, look, doesn't matter what race you are, you can create like any characters you want. Because again, reminder, like again, Todd is a white boy. He made Spawn, one of the coolest black characters out there. And again, you got Stan Lee, who's again, he's white, but hey, he made Black Panther, so
yeah, like most iconic black character in comics, and you're sitting there like, oh, white people you shouldn't be making black characters. You wouldn't have the most iconic black character.
That's like what is it? If you guys know Marcel, like I got to give him, because like as a black creator that I know, like with him is I know he puts a lot of like. Some people in their place, like, look, it doesn't matter, again, what race you are. It's like, oh, I'm black, but it's like, I just make the characters, I don't care. Just because we're here to make comics and entertain people. Again, race and all this other stuff shouldn't be, like, a huge factor. It's the character. It's the quality of character. That a very important figure said 60, 70 years ago, it's like, people forgot that shit, and it's
yeah, because like again, like I said before, Spawn is he's my favorite character in comics, and it's got nothing to do with him being black, but
yeah,
I love that about him.
Yeah,
just in general. So you're sitting here telling me, oh, he was made by a white guy. I just got one thing to say to you. I don't give a fuck.
Well, you could see how little like Todd McFarlane like cared about that when he was making it, because in those first couple of issues, Spawn turns human again. And then he turns a black guy.
That is ironically one of my favorite moments in comics, because I remember I think we talked about this when we were watching the show on my Discord, where it was like we mentioned how like in the comics when you don't even know he's black until like much later. Like he does the only time you find out is when he turns himself into a human again and he looks white and he says I'm a
black guy.
And like I remember we talk about like that doesn't really seem like something someone would say. Is like, listen, if I woke up one morning and I was just in a white man's body, I would straight up be like, what the fuck happened here? What's going on?
Oh god, Todd complicated the shit out of that whole story too.
Oh god. Oh well,
you know what I'm talking about.
You're talking about him disguising himself as Terry, right?
Yeah.
No. No.
I'm about to say, because that's even crazier.
You know about the second Spawn?
Oh, what's that motherfucker's name?
Jim Downing something? Or am I just thinking of Ghost Rider?
Jim Downing.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking of Ghost Rider.
In-game, right? In-game, right? Spawn in-game?
Yes.
Oh my god. Okay, so I gotta tell you this story. This is one that always makes me laugh. I remember back when I used to read comics online all the time. Like that was I won't I'm not gonna sugarcoat. I was broke at one point. I couldn't afford a comic book. Way back in the day, I couldn't even afford a comic book. So I was reading read comic online, and I remember I got into it with first of all, like anyone who's on there, they have like the comment section at the bottom, which is like not really a comment section, not like a traditional one in a way.
Yeah, it's a very ugly website.
Yeah, like I remember I got into it with somebody about like replacing characters with like race swap versions. I can't remember how we got into it, what character specifically we got into it, but they tried to call me like racist or something, and I was like, dude, like Spawn is unironically one of my favorite characters. He's like unironically my favorite characters in all comics. What the hell are you talking about? It's like, oh, you were probably excited when they replaced him with a white guy. I was like, excuse me? What? That's literally the moment I stopped reading the damn books. I literally looked at it like, what the fuck? Where's Al Simmons? I'm done with this shit. Like, coming at me with this stupid shit. Like, oh, you were probably happy when they replaced him with a white guy.
Oh.
Yes. After hundreds of issues of reading about Al Simmons.
Finally, they got rid of this guy.
Oh my god, they finally got rid of that nigga. Finally, I can finally relate to this character who looks even less like me.
I mean, reminder too that that's like not only is again most of his skin burned from that thing that he went through, but of course he's wearing a costume with that too. I mean, of course he could change back, but reminder that he's just basically a walking, talking zombie at that point.
I just want to point this out. Burning, like that wasn't even on Twitter. That was like 2016, 2017, maybe on some random read comic online website. Like it wasn't even Twitter. It was before the Twitter.
There are like again with read comic online. Do not look at the comments because they're literally. I mean, I haven't been there in years, but there's always been people that just try to barrage comments like, "Oh, stop going in here! You guys are ruining the comic industry. You're pirating all this other stuff," and I'm like, then why are you here? Get out, because you're just making us want to read here more.
Just for that, I'm going to read more books.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like you're making them read more here, man.
Well, it's like I'm looking at on my desk right now. I have copies of Spawn, Blood and Shadows, and Blood and Salvation, and they're not in print anymore. You can't. Like you don't really have it's some depending on which book, it's a pain in the ass to get a hold of copies.
I pointed this out on my Twitter last week. Is that one of the best Spider-Man runs is not available in trade at all?
Which one?
Like the J.M. DeMatteis run.
Oh yeah.
Like his spectacular Spider-Man run with the death of Harry Osborn. That is like a perfect 12-issue graphic novel you could make right there.
Who's the artist on that?
Yeah, they haven't done that. They don't have it. Like, that is, like, they just don't have that. And it shocks me to this day because it's like, it's a good story arc leading up to the death of Harry. You get there's even an entire issue where Peter Parker relives, like, Norman Osborn's childhood to see what made him. Like, it's not available.
Well, circling back to Spawn, like of all things to not have available in trade paperback, you cannot get. To my knowledge, there is not a paperback of Alan Moore's Violator miniseries.
Oh my god, you're right, because I was looking for that.
I have it right here next to me, and it's like this is the only way I can read it is in floppies or online.
A few like earlier this year, 2020, that was around the time where like I finally started trying like track down books I wanted. Like I found my Predator issue 1, AVP issue 1, certain Spawn books, and like one of the things I was trying my best to find was the Angela series, right? Because Angela is one of my favorite waifu characters of all time.
Yeah.
Before Marvel basically fucked her up.
I was about to say, yeah, the Image version. I don't care what the legal shit has to say. The Image version is superior to the Marvel version.
I'm gonna actually talk about the legal situation because there is some weird. But there is a weird aspect about it.
Right. But I just want to say this part real quick, though. Like, I remember searching for that miniseries, and I just remember it being an absolute bitch to find. I remember trying to find the Violator series and it being an absolute bitch to find. Like I eventually found the Angela series and I actually found it at a comic shop. I had to buy like one of the
I
issues
lucked out with
online.
Violator. I found the whole series at a comic book shop down the block from me. And
weirdest thing that happened this year. So for a long time, you couldn't get the Angela issue in trade for Spawn at all.
Okay.
So, except it happened this year.
Really?
You're talking
what
like
printing is it?
You talk about the debut of Angela, right?
Yes.
Spawn number 9.
Yes. All the Angela issues of Spawn, where she appears, are actually in the compendium, the newest one.
Yo.
Is that the big black and white one?
Massive one.
Yeah, it's not black and white, it's full color.
Oh, they did one in color. Okay, because I know they did a black and white like budget one a couple years ago.
The Spawn
yes.
Bible, I like to call it.
Yeah, no. So, and here's the weird part about it, because I was talking to a guy online about it. Like, I talked to this dude about comic stuff, come up with ideas for threads and stuff, right?
Right.
So, and occasionally we were talking about the Spawn legal situation because, you know, we're big comic nerds, and we decided to look this up. The weird thing about the Spawn compendium. Now, in the digital release, there is no mention of Angela belonging to Marvel. Only Neil Gaiman.
Really? I mean, does he actually own her, or does?
Well, he owned her, and then he sold her to Marvel, right?
Oh my god.
We don't know exactly about her.
Oh, that's even better.
I could see him doing that because from what I've seen of him, he seems incredibly petty. I wouldn't be surprised if he did it just to screw with Todd McFarlane.
I honestly, well, here's the thing. I'll give Neil some credit here on some level. Todd really did a shit job on a lot of things here. Just from like looking over the depositions, Todd didn't handle it the best. And I'm just gonna be completely fucking honest on that.
Oh yeah, I believe that. I totally believe that because I think
it's
like one of the main issues is the fact that they weren't using her, and that was like part of the reason that they even came up was like you're not even using the character.
I think it was a royalties thing.
No. What the reason it came up was simply this: Todd never talked about royalties. He never worked it out.
Yeah.
Like,
and he claimed he had some involvement in the creation of the character, and he's like, if there's royalties, I get some. And
no, because here's how the script was handled. Because this was in like the whole. Literally, he just asked Neil to come up with a script, and he would do the rest. Neil wrote the script, sent it out to Todd. So Neil created the character of Angela. Cagliostro, like that's what happened. So
he got to keep Cagliostro though, but not.
Yeah. So what happened basically was this: Neil Gaiman created 3 characters for Todd, which was Angela, Medieval Spawn, and Cagliostro. What happened with the lawsuit was this: 1, Image didn't really make a deal. Todd didn't really set out to make a contract. In fact, Todd almost went this completely no contract. So that's a big fucking mistake here. So whatever you have to say, and I'm going to try and be fair to both parties as I can here, but there were a lot of mistakes made here. Okay? Todd then went on to make the character into action figures, toys, and various other things for royalties. She showed up in the Spawn animated series.
For one episode, that's it. And then she never came back.
Yes. Whatever you want to say, that's a lot of money on the table that Neil wasn't getting. And he did have a hand in her. And that's not even getting... And he also created essentially Spawn's major mentor. You know?
Mentor. Considering what happens later.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
I won't say it now, but
Look, I'm just saying he was the initial major mentor of the comic. Whatever the case.
oh yeah,
Still,
no, I'm
like,
not joking with that.
yeah, but the point is, Neil was owed at least a good amount of money on that one, because if they didn't, or at the very least, Todd should have been smart enough to actually talk to Neil and be like, yo, I'm using the characters this way, you created them, let's work out a deal so that way you get some money, or if you want to just hand the rights over to me, that's fine. That should have happened. It didn't. And this isn't the only time it happened in Image history either. It also happened to Robert Kirkman in The Walking Dead. Actually, too. With Terry Moore on the initial first arc and blah, blah, blah. So, again, there were a lot of deals that should have been made that weren't.
Well,
And
that was almost Image's entire early history. Was like they had all these characters and they were putting them in each other's books, and then they all fell out with each other. And like you had, what's his name, Rob Liefeld, not wanting his characters in certain places, and it just became like a complete shit show because these guys all had these handshake agreements.
Initially, Chapel was the guy who murdered Al Simmons and thus caused him to become Spawn. He was literally the guy who killed him, like one of the most pivotal guys in the role of making Spawn. Now all of a sudden he's not allowed to be in a Spawn book.
And then he's replaced with like some lady in the movie.
To be fair, she's hot, and therefore that justifies the change. She's even the new She-Spawn, which this is more of a fan theory, more conspiracy theory, whatever you want to call it. Like, she was a redhead, but she did not have like the long, crazy red hair. I'm convinced that she is low key a replacement for Angela, because Angela again had the crazy long red hair. Like, I know that's like a very surface level trait to sit here and say, but I think
current year.
Look, Sauron, I am going to be completely honest. I think you're 100% right, if only for another reason. Look at their eyes. Like, come on.
He'll show up here, but like you'll know in the video that's playing, but you'll see it. Like, there is like some like very like minor similarities to make you kind of go like, huh. And again, because originally Jessica Priest did not have that crazy long red hair. Her hair was very short. There she is right there on the screen.
Yeah. Like, it's kind of clear that they're making her basically the new Angela for all intents and purposes.
And she's Al's ally. Holy shit. Like, again, like, even the context of it, because Angela started off as someone who wanted to absolutely murder Spawn, and then eventually became his ally.
Yeah. Like, honestly, that's kind of the whole thing with this character right now, and that's perfectly fine. It's just... Now, I just think that, honestly, that's just what happened here, and with all the whole legal battles, that's just what they had to do.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think the story as a whole is a bit stronger now that it's a bit more like... What's the word?
Control.
Yeah, like, you can tell, like, the characters they're using are characters they have. Like, it's not like one of those where it's like...
Here's my friend's character.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know if I can use this guy, so we're going to use him sparingly. Like, in like one of the first... Actually, no, let me rephrase that. Cagliostro doesn't even show up until like much later in the reboot era. And then he quickly becomes a new character. Like, he's not even Cagliostro anymore. He barely looks like him. He's an entirely new character. And when you know the legal context behind it, it's okay, I see what they're doing here. I think he even says, like, I am no longer... Or, like, the thought bubbles or narration bubbles are like, he is no longer Cagliostro. He is now whatever the fuck his name was.
Yeah.
I think Sin. Like, literally his name was Sin.
Oh, speaking of legal issues, because he's on the screen right now, Overkill, like, the whole, like, issue with his name. Like, I cannot read it as Overkill. When I'm reading the books, I just see overt kill. And it drives me nuts.
It
yeah,
gets
that's something
kind
that
of
always
crazy.
bothered me.
Oh,
All right, you
there's
guys keep
also
talking. I'll be right back. I gotta take care of something.
there's also the other infamous legal battle, Tony Twist.
Yeah. He's one of the mob guys, right? And then he's named
Yeah.
after like a hockey player that Todd McFarlane liked.
Yeah, and then it was like, and then it's like, you used my likeness for toys and shit. Give me money.
Which he was originally.
Yeah, so which was the whole thing about it. Oh, Todd, you and your lawsuits. Oh boy. I mean, I'll give because here's the thing about Spawn, and it's a good thing to keep in mind with one of the reasons the lawsuits did happen was Todd became huge in the toy world. He was making so much.
He hit it big really quick because his stuff was very detailed but not overly expensive. It was like a collector's item, but it was more readily available, and it was of characters that you didn't really see.
Most toy historians point him, and I collect toys, so whatever. Fuck you.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's fine. Most toy historians point him as the guy who created the adult collector's market, which I think that's fair. He basically kind of did. The initial toys definitely had a bit of a more kids toyetic nature to them than later toys did, but that would soon drop off, and they would become very adult collector focused.
Oh yeah, he's got so many statues of just Spawn with a huge detailed cape and stuff like that.
Yeah, and plus, not even getting into some of the weird chase variant. Have you ever heard of Party Angela?
No.
Okay,
this is actually real quick.
Okay, so Party Angela, as it's called, is a variant of the Angela figure that had no panties.
Let me see. Party Angela Spawn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah, I see that.
And it became this big collector's item back in the day because it was the 90s.
It's definitely an adult collector's item.
Definitely. And there are so many weird toys Spawn Todd went into. You should see his version of Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz.
I have his Edward from Assassin's Creed 4 on a shelf right behind me.
Nice.
I actually had a bunch of Assassin's Creed figures from McFarlane Toys for a while, but I got rid of a lot of them. I think the only ones I really still have are Edward, Hatham, and Shay.
When I have a bit more money coming in, I actually am thinking of getting some of his newer toys. His Warhammer stuff looks freaking amazing.
Oh, he does Warhammer?
Yeah, no, he's been doing no. Look at Big Bad Toy Store and his Warhammer stuff. It fucking kills.
Yeah, and McFarlane Toys are great.
Nowadays they were held back. Honestly, he recently had a very much growing the beard moment in toy terms because for a long time, they were basically a lot of other companies were kind of surpassing him posing wise. I only have one toy from Todd McFarlane, only one.
Oh, we talk about the McFarlane figures.
Yes.
Oh, but I got a comment. Go ahead, finish what you're saying. I got some stuff to say about that.
So I have the Man of Miracle figures. Now, the Man of Miracle figures has to do with the whole Miracle Man lawsuit. Todd made a figure.
Goodness. Oh, I was gonna say, is that Miracle Man related? Because that's something.
Now here's the thing. When I bought it, I thought it was just gonna be a poseless statue. It didn't have any articulation points. Then I discovered this thing can actually articulate, and if you try to do it, it just looks like the ugliest piece of shit.
Oh my god, that reminds me.
You can pose it. We didn't say you should want to pose it.
Yeah. That reminds me that what was it? Todd put out a Kickstarter for the original Spawn figure, basically a remastered of his.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I almost got in on it, but
he got
more toys.
He was what was it? He was just asking for $100K, and I think at the end of it, he almost got fucking $3.5 million for the toy, and I'm like, shit.
No, like Spawn, like you have to understand, for all of the stuff Todd did in the comic world, he probably did 100 times more over for the toy world.
Now, here's my thing when it comes to like the toy side. Like,
Yeah.
like I'm speaking from a biased opinion. If you asked me this question a couple of years ago, I would have told you it's stupid. But as someone who's got an entire fucking shelf full of statues and figures, it's not that bad. But one thing that gets me though is that like, so as of late, he's been doing essentially figures of all the latest Spawn characters. He's got a new Violator that just came out, which I'm not a big fan of because it's like one of the hulking.
Yeah, it's like thick. I was just looking at it because I was thinking how I don't have a Violator figure. Violator is awesome.
Because anyone who knows Violator, you know he's this very scrawny, skinny demon with a big mouth. In the original comics, they had the Flebiac brothers, and one of them was this giant hulking monster. The new Violator basically looks like that hulking monster, which it's fine in and of itself, but as a classic Violator fan, you know, it's not really what I'm into. He also has there's a couple of ones getting ready to come out, but I know he has the Redeemer. The new Redeemer,
I'm linking it in the private chat of some of the figures.
Yeah. There's a She-Spawn, the new She-Spawn coming out. But here's the thing that annoys me. He has yet to make a new Spawn. Like the new current version of Spawn.
Like one is like out without the mask and stuff like that. Because he doesn't have the mask half the time anymore.
No, not even the mask. Because like if you notice, like the newest Spawn, he has a mouth.
Yeah, he has
a mouth. So far, though, the only Spawn figures that have come out is the Kickstarter one, which is the classic Spawn, and the MK11 Spawn. He has not made a I don't want to say classic. He has not made an up-to-date version of Spawn, and it pisses me off because I want one.
It's all right, man.
Especially considering that for the most part they are in a similar, because I collect Predator figures. Like that Predator is like my other thing I'm big into. Like they're roughly to scale with the Predator figures, and he hasn't released them. I just want a Predator and a Spawn standing next to each other. God damn it, give it to me.
Look. I can perfectly understand that as a Spider-Man fan who collects Marvel Legends. It's like, look, I just want my favorite costumes. Just give them to me. I just want to recreate the entire last segment of the 90s Spider-Man cartoon in figure form. I just want that.
For crying out loud, they're coming out with a Cygor figure. Cygor.
The most iconic Spawn villain, the robot monkey.
I was going to say, for anyone who does a giant cyborg gorilla.
The name is very creative.
Cygor. He was
up all night thinking of it.
He was a boss fight in the video game, which, in case you didn't know, there's been quite a few Spawn video games.
Couldn't you play as him in the Dreamcast one?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, yeah,
the Dreamcast one is like Power Stone, but Spawn. And you could play as everyone.
Devil's Hand.
In the Demon's Hand.
Game. Demon's Hand.
Yeah. But he was a boss in Armageddon for the PS2 and the Xbox also, where he was actually like a pain in the ass.
I'm not gonna lie. Cygor is a really good looking figure. If I had to buy a figure of a cyborg gorilla, that would be the one.
Of all the cyborg gorillas out there, between Cygor and Mecha Kong, I'm picking Cygor.
I just want to pretend King Kong was a robot, and like there's no figure out there for me.
Exactly. Mecha Kong is a real thing. Look it up. King Kong versus Mecha Kong.
Look, I guess I could go for Winston Overwatch, but that's the boring answer.
Or the robot gorilla from War of the Monsters on the PS2.
Hey. Sorry, I fed them with food.
Who?
I'm just saying we have options. I'm just saying, like, you have like a Cygor over there, and he is a perfectly fine Fine. Cyborg gorilla.
Wait, hold on a second. I heard a voice. Who was that?
Sorry, my girlfriend got me some ice cream because I was starting to need it.
Aw.
Oh, that's cute.
I needed it.
Man, why does Mandarin
I
Spawn
wanted
get a
something cold and I wanted
bigger?
coffee.
Who the
Ice cream.
You don't understand. I needed ice cream. It was literally life or death.
Yep.
So if we're asking
All right.
for Todd McFarlane figures of characters that are in the comics, this brings me to issue 289. Why is
Okay.
there no Todd McFarlane figure of Donald Trump? The issue where Spawn goes to the White House and yells at Donald Trump and says, who killed my wife?
He did do that.
that
didn't
was
Hold it.
Listen. As much as I love Spawn, I'm not going to sit here and say every issue is a masterpiece.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Like, I think I remember that, and I said before that there were two, and I hate to say, I think reminds me that manga did much better Donald Trump interpretation by two things. I read the one-shot Death Note sequel and what was it, Baki? I remember that one because Donald Trump literally was saying, "Yeah, Yujiro's the best," or "Oh, we gotta sell this Death Note." Or no,
Well,
he was talking with Obama about it.
Well,
Oh,
I'll
I'm
give,
sorry.
I'll give
Oh.
Todd credit, like, because this was around the time like comic book creators like could not keep their politics out of what they're writing, and Todd McFarlane's story was just the entire government is demons, and Donald Trump just happened to be the president at the time, and that's what it feels like to me. But it comes off as very comical because there's just a big panel of Spawn yelling at Donald Trump, "Who killed my wife?"
I mean, to be fair,
Where's my
because I
wife?
remember reading that because that's in the Spawn Resurrection arc, and to be fair, like Violator straight up like infiltrates the protest and murders Wanda. Which I don't think we've even said. Al Simmons' wife is what's her name, Wanda Blake, and like we've never mentioned her, but she's probably like one of the more pivotal characters in the entire comic series. Literally,
She's the catalyst for the entire plot.
She's the reason why Al Simmons sold his soul to Malboja. But yeah, like, and it's funny because they kill her off, and it's one of the most unceremonious deaths I've seen in a long time, where it's like it's told in a flashback in a sorts, and like
Wow.
it's essentially the reason why. Okay, so like at the beginning of the resurrection, Spawn Resurrection, the universe is empty. Like Spawn is pretty much the only one there with God, and they're talking, they're chatting, and God pretty much mentions that like, hey, you know the universe you ended off on, Wanda got murdered, right? He's like, what? Yeah, she got murdered by Violator. And he literally says, okay, fuck that. Restarts the universe. I'm correcting that bullshit. And that's essentially the cause of the reboot. Is Spawn straight up was like, wait a minute, I ended on a timeline where Wanda got murdered? All right, I gotta fix that.
Well, where we are now is like Spawn seems to be like Batman now, or well, like Scott Snyder's Batman specifically, where he's like got a plan for everything. He's got like he can survive anything. It's getting kind of crazy.
Fair,
You're kind of fucked.
This is post God Spawn.
Yeah, Divine Spawn.
Al Simmons was God, and I'm not talking like little G. I'm talking big G.
I need to point out, you bring up Scott Snyder's Batman, but you know there is a Spawn connection with that one.
Oh God, yeah, I keep
Yeah,
forgetting.
he worked on issue 300.
Fuck it. Also, what's his name?
Greg Capullo, his
Greg
main
Capullo.
artist for Batman, got his start on Spawn.
You know what drives me nuts? I stood in line to meet Scott Snyder back in 2019. I stood in line for like 3 hours, and I finally get to the front, and I realize Greg Capullo is there, and I'm like, I could have brought my issue of Spawn 300 and got this signed, and I did not think of it.
Oh man,
Yeah,
that
like
was
Greg
so funny.
Capullo-
Like the way you
Greg
framed it,
Capullo
I could tell where it was
is the fucking
going.
Redeemer. Like, honestly, probably the second most important Spawn artist next to Todd himself.
And what's funny to me when it comes to Greg Capullo, like, I don't know if any of you guys read the Dark Knight's Metal stuff. Like,
Yes, I read
I did.
most of it.
say what you will about the story in and of itself, the artwork was fantastic, and the Dark
Yeah.
Knights in general are some of my more recent favorite villain / character designs in general.
Yeah, especially like what was it, Batman in there, because I love the coat and costume that he had in the fucking scythe and motorcycle. Like he definitely had
Oh yeah,
the best.
that's the death metal. Which,
Yeah, he definitely had the best drip out of everybody.
Well, I
what's
like the
funny is
designs
that,
of all
like-
like the alternate Batmans, like what was that one? The Dawnbringer, who's like the Green Lantern Batman, is like this weird shriveled up old man.
All right, I'm just gonna say this real quick. Red Death, the Batman
The
Flash
Flash.
fusion, that's my favorite of the Dark Knights.
Yeah.
Absolute favorite. I'm not even a fan of, like, I don't hate the Flash, but he's not my favorite character. But for some fucking reason, every time I see Red Death, I'm like, that is the most badass of
Yeah.
them. He's the best of them. I don't care what anybody says. The Batman who laughs, fuck him. Red Death is where it's at. But that's just
The Doomsday one was pretty cool too.
oh yeah, Devastator.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I will say though is that, so this is actually a good segue, because another crossover. Because first of all, there's not a lot of Spawn crossovers. Not like your not like what you would see for some other characters. Like this, the two medieval Spawn Witchblade crossovers, and then there is the two Spawn Batman crossovers.
I have them
And
right next to me right now.
I have one of them. I have the McFarlane and what's his name,
Frank Miller.
Frank Miller one, which it's my preferred one of the two. Like
I
both of
still
them-
haven't read it yet, but I have it.
Okay, so I won't really spoil.
You can spoil it. It's fine. It's a 20-year-old comic.
I was like, there's nothing really to spoil because the two comics are very short compared to what you would assume them to be, and B, just like
Well,
the story in
what
general.
what they did was that the idea of the crossovers was that Image would do one version of it and DC would do the other.
Right. And what's funny is that, like, you can tell without even really like knowing exactly, like, from the beginning, like if you just read the two stories, you can tell who wrote what, because one of them paints one character as obviously like the more powerful character and the other one does the opposite. Now, I don't care what you say. Batman's awesome. He's fantastic, but shut up with this idea that he could take Spawn in a fair fight, which I think War Devil, which is the DC focused one,
Yeah.
it has the audacity to have Spawn get his ass kicked by Batman. And I'm
Well,
like,
you also have to take into consideration, and I don't know if you guys follow Chuck Dixon at all. He talked about it on his YouTube channel how Denny O'Neil wanted to get all the guys working under him as much money as possible. So he's like, okay, Doug Mensch, Denny O'Neil, and whoever the third writer is, they each got to write like 20 or so pages. So it's three people like doing one part of the book and then another and then another. So if it's like disjointed, that's why.
Ugh,
it's
I
funny
hate
because,
that.
like, what's so funny is that both stories, at a very basic level, like just kind of like the basic premise, are actually really interesting. Because, like, one of them deals with like because Spawn, it deals with more sci-fi and mystical stuff. The Image one deals with the more sci-fi stuff. Like, they're straight up fighting like a bunch of like humans turned into like cyborgs by some crazy mad scientist, and the other one deals with them fighting a demon trying to reclaim his status in hell. And it's like, on the surface, like, these are really cool stories. However, both of them are very rushed. One of them, like War Devil, which is the DC one, has the audacity to paint Spawn as like the lesser character towards Batman, in the sense that, like, he gets his ass kicked by Batman. Like, no, that's no. And like the Image one, for some reason, like, you guys read All-Star Batman?
Yes.
Yes.
That's essentially the Batman that's in that story.
Oh yeah,
Like, he's just an asshole.
yeah, the same guy that was an asshole to Jason. I think Jason thought he was like, because I'm the goddamn Batman.
You've just been recruited to what? To war.
Um,
Calm
Is
down.
it- oh no, yeah. I think he was telling that to Jason. Like they were in the Batmobile. He's like, "How could you do this to me?" He's like, "You know why? Because I'm the goddamn Bat."
I remember that.
It was basically the prototype for All-Star Batman and Robin for whatever it's worth, because it was made way before that book.
Yeah, it's the prototype because I know it came before. But what's so funny to me is that like Batman just hates Spawn.
He's a little bit of an asshole in War Devil. And he's like,
all right, so guys,
Spawn goes,
Yeah,
do
what's
you
up?
think Frank Miller was jealous and was channeling it through Batman?
I think a little bit because like when you hear Batman's inner monologues, he refuses to. So in their first like encounter, because they have a couple of fights in that book, like Batman straight up says like I can feel it. My hits aren't doing nothing to this guy. Like it's like I'm punching a brick wall. Like he's in his own inner monologue. He's admitting that whatever he's doing to Spawn, he's not feeling it. Like whatever he's doing is more of an annoyance. And throughout the book, Spawn straight up is like, "No, what are you talking about? Like we need this is like why are you holding this grudge? You know you can't do anything." And Batman just keeps calling him a punk.
well, you can sum up their relationship perfectly in War Devil. After they fight once, and then once they're done, they cool down. Spawn's like, you can call me Al. What's your name? And he just goes, Batman. And he goes, oh.
Yeah, because like in the Frank Miller one and the Image one, Spawn knows who Batman is. Like he straight up like, it's like in this presumed universe where like, you know, Spawn just exists in the DC universe, to where in the DC one, it's like they've never met and Spawn's never even heard of this guy.
Yeah.
And it's also weird because, like, in the context of Spawn, like, he was an assassin, but he was an assassin for the government. He wasn't, like, a mercenary assassin. Not really. But in War Devil, they paint him as if he was just, like, a hired mercenary. Which, I mean, obviously it's not canon to either story, but I did think that was, like, a weird detail they put in there. Like, it just
I'll
kind
tell
of
you this. If Frank Miller has issues with Spawn, you want to know bigger issues with Spawn?
Yeah.
Alan Moore. I've read every
Yeah.
single piece
Yes,
of Alan Moore Spawn related content.
That point. I didn't really get to that point, so I wanted to hear about that.
Okay, so Spawn is basically a chump in Alan Moore's comics as much as possible. He's a bit of Todd kind of writes him like that too, but Spawn did one of the dumbest things I think I've seen in any Spawn comic. But I'll talk about that. Here's how I read it. I decided to go through it like this. I was like, I wasn't going in chronological order. I was just like trying to remember what things he wrote. So I went through it like that. Now, I read the Billy Kincaid issue he did, which is actually very important lore-wise for Spawn. It literally sets up how hell works. Very important. I wouldn't say, and since Al's not in it, he doesn't actually get to write about him. The other stuff, though, oh boy, Wildcats, Spawn.
Oh god, that's the other crossover, which I didn't get to, but I didn't get to read.
Okay.
There's one more crossover, but I'll wait for you guys to finish.
So let me start off the thing. It involves time travel.
Oh, of course.
That always works out so well.
So the big gimmick of the story is that the main bad guy is a future evil version of Spawn who took over the world.
Okay,
yeah,
first of all,
it's gonna get. So, I need to point out this thing, and it's up to current Spawn and current Wildcats and future versions of the Wildcats to save the day.
I love how you throw in the save the day part, because that's just like old school comic book stuff.
Look,
we gotta team up to save the world.
Look, as much as we can be like, as much as I can be like, 90s grim, let's like, look, it's basically that. Like it. Look, for all the '90s pretentious of being different than the old school at times, it still ran into a bunch of the same stuff. So,
Oh yeah, because like we even talked about it before the stream, where it's like the '90s. Like, listen, okay, I just want to give this context. I love the '90s. Like, you're not gonna like as many problems and shit there were with the '90s. You will never convince me that the '90s were objectively bad. Some of my favorite stuff came from the '90s. However, I will say there is this era of like, just edginess. I think it's a little bit better because the edginess is it's more sincere.
I was gonna say
it-
the same thing. It's not like joking around about it. It's like
It's
no,
not
this
the
guy
boys.
sounds like-
It's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
the boys
exactly.
edgy.
It's
not
not
the boys
jokey.
edgy.
Yeah. It's not jokey edginess. It's like legit good seriousness edginess that
it's like
you know,
Spawn's
like-
carrying a 2-ton gun with one hand, and it's cool, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's
Like-
got like
yeah.
what do you call it? It's got like what did I say? Not your dad's comic book. Like this.
Yeah.
This is not your dad's superhero. This is the cool new.
hold it.
today's
Have you ever
superhero.
seen the DC comic book commercial that was on VHS tapes?
I don't think I have.
Oh, I'll see if I can find it. But
I might have. That does sound familiar.
Well, on the subject of crossovers, I'm going to get to my favorite.
hold it.
Spawn
Yeah,
I
'cause you
need.
mentioned the
I
crossover. 'Cause I thought I
understand
found all
that.
the
I
ones.
just want to mention something. So, because this is the most awkward moment in the comic, okay? So there's this future version of Zealot, from Wildcats, right?
Mhm.
Right.
Okay. One of the lines current Spawn says to her is that she is a teenage mutant ninja slut.
Oh my god.
Okay then.
Alan Moore have her wrote that. And here's another revelation about her that makes it worse. This girl is the future Cyan, Wanda's daughter.
Wait. Hold up. Cyan.
Yes.
5-year-old Cyan.
One of
Yeah.
the sweetest, nicest characters
like
in
the-
Spawn.
The only character who's actually probably nicer than all the angels combined. Like all the like good characters, quote unquote.
Yeah.
What?
So
Teen-
there's
I'm
a
sorry.
reason why I wanted to talk about this crossover.
I do want to say one thing though, like Teenage Mutant Ninja Slut is definitely something I'm gonna use in the future.
Yes.
If you're watching this now and you follow me on Twitter, I guarantee you will see that coming from me to somebody.
So
Really?
I'm
You
going
made
to
it
send
to
you
like
an
a theme
image
song or
on
some shit.
Twitter leading
Yeah.
into this. My favorite Spawn crossover.
Oh yeah, I want to hear this.
So there is a crossover between Archie Comics and Image Comics, and that is Sonic Super Special number 7, where Sonic the Hedgehog and the gang meet Spawn, the Max, Savage Dragon, and a bunch of other Image Comics characters.
Why is
You're
it always
telling
like this
You're
is
telling me out. Okay. You're
Oh,
telling
sorry, you
me
go,
out
you
there.
go.
There's a panel of Spawn,
I gotta see
the
this.
demon
now.
from hell, standing next to a fucking blue hedgehog.
I just sent it to you.
Oh, okay. I think I just.
Okay, yeah, we got to see this.
I've gotten a lot of DMs in a minute. So. Oh my god.
Yep. It also.
Oh my
Lord.
god. I just saw the Trump one.
That
hair.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta share this. I gotta share this Trump one real quick.
Oh my god.
Listen, I don't care what you say. This hair is this is I don't even know how to describe it.
Donald Trump.
This is peak. I don't know peak what, but this is peak.
Jason Sean Alexander's
Peak
Trump
90s.
is beautiful. He just
Oh.
nails it.
I'll tell you this with your Lord, because
Spawn versus Donald Trump. That's
that
a
entire
crossover I'll pay to see.
you know that whole fucking Sonic crossover was meant to promote a new series at Image Comics no one cares about.
Well, that's most Image Comics series.
I was about to say that's a lot of Image Comics.
It doesn't narrow it down.
In this case, it was by famous Sonic creator Ken Penders, who, if Sonic fans,
oh god, well that's a whole different can of worms.
Oh yeah. We won't go down that can of worms. Nobody needs to go down that can of worms today.
This is like, again, this is one of the weirdest comic crossovers I just found out. This is even weirder than, what is it, Archie meeting fucking Punisher for some reason.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Archie meeting the Predator, because that, oh god, that was a trip.
Yeah, I forgot about that too. Oh my god.
I've only been high like twice in my life. I thought I was high reading that book.
I mean, there's a lot of fun ones. I mean, like The Darkness meets Tomb Raider.
What the fuck?
It's real.
Listen, okay, I'm just going to say this. I've said it many times. I'm stand by this. The 90s were a lawless fucking wasteland.
That's why they were awesome.
There are days when I just want to be like, there are days when I just want to write about, man, I want to talk about the time in the 90s when Lara Croft's best friend was Witchblade.
Yes!
Oh, yeah, I have that too.
I had a long conversation at my local comic shop about that.
There's
was how, like...
No, you go on.
It was one of those, because, like, I went to my local comic shop, and I was picking up stuff, and they had, like, a Top Cow Tomb Raider thing. And I even told them, the only reason why I played Tomb Raider back in the day, but it was not, like... I was not, like, fanboy buying every game kind of Tomb Raider. But when I saw the Top Cow thing, I straight up told them, I'm only buying this because I know it's Top Cow and it, has the Witchblade stuff in it. They literally gave it to me for free because they said it's been sitting here for about a month and literally nobody wants it. Like, I was buying like another book for
there was this 2-issue crossover by Top Cow. I believe it was called Overkill. I have it lying around.
Yes.
Yes, with Witchblade, The Darkness, Alien and Predator. just like a complete, just throw whatever we got into one book.
Listen, like I think I've made enough videos and live streams to say this. If you want to know a little bit more, well, I won't say a little bit because we don't really go into details about it. We just talk about how batshit crazy it is. But check out the Darkness Witchblade live stream where we talk about it and just the sheer audacity that they had to put these four together. And the story is absolutely fucking bonkers. Like, it's got, like, the Darkness is trying to get... No. I'm sorry. There's a predator, a female predator who's trying to get their hands on the Witchblade. There's a alien that's born from a Darkling, so it now has darkness powers. And what was supposed to be just a whole mini-series, because Overkill, it has only 2 issues, which... Because, like, don't get me wrong, as cool as the story is on a surface level, as much as I love all these individual properties, the story is stupid.
They're cramming it into, like, 80 pages.
Yeah, and then they eventually did another one called Mindhunter, which is actually the sequel to Overkill. And it's essentially, like, they were supposed to do, like, multiple issues, but someone wised up and said, this is fucking stupid. Finish it in one more issue. Get it over with.
My favorite bit is that my personal favorite, like, weird crossover thing is Tomb Raider, Witchblade, Magdalene, Vampirella, and none of them appear on any of the variant covers altogether. It's only just 3 of them.
Yeah, it's so annoying. It is so annoying because I remember I was trying to find, like, images for, like, because, I'd like to put, like, the slideshows in the background, especially for, like, the comic ones. I was trying to find one with them together, and it just didn't exist.
Vampirella's met everyone. Vampirella's met Kiss.
You should probably say, who hasn't Kiss met?
Yeah.
It's true, they met the Army of Darkness.
I was about to say, Kiss probably has more crossovers than any other property out there. Let's be real here.
Like,
I want to see Kiss meet Spawn.
Todd
I'll pay money to see that.
Todd McFarlane did handle the comics for Kiss for a while, I think.
He did. I have the Kiss compendium. It was
the Kiss compendium.
It's huge. It's massive. It's the biggest comic book I have, and it's honestly an ordeal to own.
Somewhere out there is a comic series that has like there's a writer he's poured his heart and soul into a creation. He or she has done everything they can to make it popular. But despite all their hard work, Kiss got a compendium before they did.
I can actually name about 10 different series that are like that.
It's so weird how like certain series get compendiums, omnibuses, and stuff like that. It's so like.
But Violator by Alan Moore has it.
Oh god! Like the fact that the Spawn compendium only just came out is insanity to me.
Honestly, if you want to get like a pure insanity, like there's just so much. This is one of the reasons why I do my threads like I do on Twitter, is that I often like to talk about. I actually have a rule on my Twitter that I'm never going to cover Watchmen in a thread unless I do it on like another thing, because to me it's like, look, everyone knows Watchmen. You don't need me to talk about it. I'm going to talk about the shit you don't know about. You know? Because
right. And also we'll get to the I'm trying to get to some of the topics you bring up, burning the site. I'm trying to keep it more focused with the Spawn one. Like I want to bring up the Spawn and Mortal Kombat one, but that one is like, I mean, we can talk about it because okay, so like,
can we also bring up the Soul Calibur crossover too?
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
one thing you have to
that.
understand about Spawn is that Todd McFarlane has been okay. So remember how we talked about earlier? Like it's his baby. He loves it. Like he does whatever he can for it.
He's also its pimp.
He is. Yeah, he's also his pimp. Todd McFarlane has been doing his. To be fair, it's worked out in some areas. It hasn't worked out in some. But Todd McFarlane has done his damnedest to make Spawn stick. I'm not saying it hasn't stuck, but he has done his damnedest work to be like, Spawn's gonna be the next big thing, whether I die trying or whatever. He was
he was so desperate to make Spawn the next biggest thing. He made a Spawn mobile.
Hold up, wait a minute. Share the link. I need to see this.
I'll get an image. Give me a sec.
Wait, is this like a real car or is this like a figure?
He made a toy.
I was about to say, I'm about my next car purchase.
The Spawn mobile.
It's like the Spider-Mobile. Why the fuck does he need a car? He can teleport.
And fly. Don't forget he can fly too.
And just to make sure, I'm also going to send an image of the original box, just to make sure you're not like, this has to be a bootleg.
It's like Superman. It's like Superman. It's like the Flash having a car. Why the fuck do you have a car?
I see.
It's slower than you.
All right, Sauron, I'm gonna DM you through Twitter, so give me a sec, okay?
I'm seeing it now, and it's like, holy crap! It's like, what is it? It's there's a fucking like minigun on the the front part of the car. It's like,
okay, so one thing I do want to say though is like, so Todd McFarlane, like, again, I love his work, love the guy. He has done his damnedest to make Spawn a thing, and like.
Stick it like glue in the industry.
The multiple games, because I know Edgy mentioned like he only knew about like one of the games. Yeah,
I love the Spawn games.
Him being in Soul Calibur, the TV series, the original movie, the crossovers, like all in an attempt to make Spawn happen. And like, my fucking god! Hold on.
Are you gonna show?
I'm sharing right now.
Apparently there's like two versions actually of the car. There's the one with the minigun, and that's kind of like black, and then the other one is what is it? It's all white. I think that could just be on one. No, that's just on the other side. Sorry, one side is like kind of black and yellow. The other one's like white and red. I don't know why. Where did they get black and yellow from? Like that's kind of weird to put in for that.
They predicted the future.
The future. The future.
Okay, so like someone put on screen share and show like where. Like
I think this are on.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah, but like the.
Just because. I just need... And keep in mind, I need to point out this. This has to be to scale with the figures. This is not a small toy.
Well, yeah, because like I remember talking about this at my local comic shop. Is like because they have the McFarlane Toys has been doing a lot of DC figures, and like recently they had like the Dark Knight's death metal stuff, and like they had like the bike, and it's funny because like the bike is to scale with almost every other McFarlane toy. And I remember one of the guys working the shop straight up said like he literally just put like another figure on the bike. It's like Batman's bike from the event.
It's like that episode of The Simpsons where Stan Lee tries to shove a Thing figure in a Batmobile toy and smashes it.
All right, my computer's being funky, so you got to give it a minute for that.
Okay, that's
visual.
fine.
Okay.
God damn.
Give it a... Don't worry about it. Like, look, I'm just... Look, we can just go into the wide world of Todd McFarlane weird merchandise, because my God, that is a rabbit hole I just love to talk about.
So I will say this, like, for whatever it's worth, the man has commitment. Like, the man refuses to let it end. He's like, no, even if it fucking kills me, this is gonna be a thing. It's the reason why the Spawn movie has been in talks for the past almost decade.
Okay,
like,
so
he's updating people on it. He's like, I know this is gonna happen. It's like, dude.
So
no.
Sauron, I ended up discovering another piece of weird merchandise. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna not tell anybody what it is.
Oh, darn.
I'm just gonna DM you it. It will have something to do with what it is, but I'm going to let I'm just gonna let Sauron's reaction just sum it up.
Oh
Ooh,
my
that looks
God.
good.
Give me 1 second. This is being so funky right now.
So.
All right, give me 1 second because my computer is being so funky right now. Why the fuck are you being so stupid? God damn you! All right, I might go quiet for a second, so give me just a minute.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's fine. That's perfectly fair. I respect Todd myself here and like all the stuff, but my God, the guy has like he is very important for toys. Speaking of like that, because he actually did influence a lot of Japanese creators in terms of like just toy stuff. You know?
Like what I could be wrong. I feel like if anyone knows Hot Toys, I feel like they kind of might have been influenced by Todd's work just because they like to do like a lot of detail and stuff like that with their figures.
Everybody, after Todd came out, he brought a level of detail to figures, personality, and everything else that everybody basically was inspired by him. The guy, like, you might
going.
Yes.
Hey, it's two of you.
No, he's multiplying.
No.
Wait, did he multiply with himself?
It's called. There we go. I had to kill I had to believe it or not. That was the evil twin.
I had to kill the evil.
Or did he pull Naruto? Kagebushi no Jutsu.
Oh, good God!
I still can't believe Naruto and his friends are in fucking Fortnite.
Okay, I just side tangent. Fortnite needs to stop.
We're spawning Fortnite.
Needs to stop.
Guys,
it's become the crossover.
What's up,
guys? You do know that Todd McFarlane did do the Fortnite toy line, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's
I'm surprised
money.
Spawn wasn't in Fortnite.
I know.
I mean, yeah, if Kratos could be in Fortnite, Master Chief
all right.
could be in
Just
Fortnite.
because I didn't. Just because. All right. Here's what I shared with Sauron.
Okay, first of all, let me share the original thing that killed my fucking internet.
Okay.
Okay.
In case you haven't noticed, viewer, I'm kind of pissed off right now.
Oh yeah, here's the vehicle, the really weird one.
It's got a fucking chain gun.
I drive it.
Yeah, I told.
You know what? I'm gonna be real with you. I would drive this. Those chains on the back wheel.
Chains on the back. I was about to say what?
I kind of want to own it, just to say.
I was gonna say could
Oh, the
the
Violator
Violator
mobile.
monster ring? What the fuck?
Yes.
Why?
Oh.
Why?
It looks like the Green Goblin from that Stephen King movie.
Why? Why does a demon from hell need a car?
Or a
He's a
truck
fat
in
man.
this case.
Guys, look. Don't you want to drive a truck called the Violator?
I was gonna
That
say
sounds
is
weird.
like
It sounds like Billy Kincaid's backup
We-
vehicle.
we already have like a clown having an ice cream truck, and that's fucking Sweet Tooth.
Listen, I would say the other for Billy Kincaid, but I don't want to get struck by YouTube.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? The Violator
Yeah.
mobile. That sounds like something someone of Billy Kincaid's profession would drive.
Bill. Oh yeah, Billy Kincaid does have an action figure.
Oh my
Oh
god!
my
I can finally
what?
own a
Oh my
child murderer.
This needs to end. Wait, no. What am I getting upset about? I already said it many times. The '90s were a lawless wasteland. Nothing.
And they were better for it.
No rules, just mate.
Todd
This was made
changed-
in the 2000s.
Todd changed the game with toys. He could do whatever he wants.
Listen, the '90s didn't end in the '90s. Early 2000s
Okay,
were basically '90s.
here I'll show you. I'll link the figure. You can show it if you want.
Oh, I'll show it.
Because this, hey guys, you can buy this as an action figure.
Hey kids, have you ever wanted to own a figure of your favorite Spawn character, Billy Kincaid? Don't ask what he does for a living, because you don't want to know. And to be perfectly honest, anyone who's watching this, it's like, I'm not afraid to say what he does, but I just don't want to deal with the bullshit.
No, the algorithm can pick up on certain no words, and
It's I
shut
actually
you down.
looked up what was it? I actually looked up like Billy Kincaid as the Hell Spawn. I'm like, he's not gonna wear Spawn's costume, and I'm like, oh my fucking god, he did.
Oh God, I
A
can't.
reminder, he didn't change his weight or size or
oh,
nothing.
I was
He's
gonna say he's
still
a big fat
badass.
hellspawn.
Yeah,
I
he's
don't-
a fat-
Okay, you know what? It's a toy. I don't care. I'm showing it.
yeah, I'll see if I can look it up. Hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna pull up a picture of
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
that's
Spawn
awesome
Kincaid.
though.
It is kind of awesome.
That's just like one frame from the comic, and they made a figure out of it. That's so weird.
Yeah.
So the thing about I've seen this line before. I have quite a few of these. The Art of Spawn, where they're basically like covers, comic panels, and stuff like that, made into figures. I have one for like Spawn with his cape. I have one of Tiffany, the Angel Warrior, which is like discount Angela. Not to say she's bad or anything, but you know, like she's of the same faction. I have
Yeah,
one of
this is-
Gunslinger Spawn, and I have one of Redeemer 2, the second Redeemer, not the first Redeemer. So yeah, this is like a thing where they just take panels from Spawn.
Yeah, this is issue
And make
like
it
5,
bigger.
6, and what's his name? Sam walks in and finds Billy's dead body like this.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty awesome. I don't care if it's like a fucked up figure.
I mean, for God's
well-
sakes, the guy's a murderer of smaller people.
Murderer in like extra quotes.
Here's the thing. Like I said, there's a lot of interesting, like, freaking Spawn figures. I'll say that.
Oh God, I'm sorry, but Burning brought up the finger painting. Oh God, no, please don't remind me.
Here's the most controversial McFarlane toy, at least people know of. So McFarlane actually did a toy for Sin City, and
I think I've
here's
heard
the
of this.
thing:
Keep
you
going.
want to know what it was? Marv dying in the electric chair with realistic sound effects.
Hey kids, you ever wanted to flip the switch?
And it even recreates his lines from the end of the comic, where he tells it to finish, where he tells you to finish it. I'm not joking. Like, Todd McFarlane went far with these figures.
Listen, I've said it many times. The '90s is just how it was. It's just the way the world was. The 90s were the closest we ever got to world peace, and not because the world was peaceful, but just because people didn't give a shit.
I
Did
think
you know there are Spawn coloring books?
ironically enough, the most controversial figure that for Todd McFarlane was probably not that, but actually Austin Powers.
Yeah, baby.
Why was it like a licensing thing?
Here's what happened. They were selling the Austin Powers toys to kids, and he would say "shag."
Oh.
And that's how that's one of the things. That's how actually the adult collectors market in toy aisles actually came to be around, because they started to actually section some toys off, which makes sense, you know. I mean, yep. I'm just saying. It's just that's what happened. I mean, Todd McFarlane is insane, dude, but he went far for the character, honestly. It's kind of just insane how big Spawn is. Like, Todd went on to design a character for Soul Calibur, got him in a lot of different things. It's impressive. Like, seriously.
He's got like, I don't know, he's got a little more chutzpah than the other Image guys. Like, you know, like this, I'm sure you could get a figure of Youngblood characters or Savage Dragon, but they haven't had that like multimedia push that Todd was able to build for Spawn.
One thing that's really annoyed me is that, like, you know, I collect statues, figures, and stuff like that, and I got no shame in it. And one thing I've been looking for a long time is a good Angela Image Angela figure. And I just want to say one thing: it doesn't fucking exist. Like, it just doesn't exist. I'm sure whenever it has mostly to do with the legal reasons. However, though, what you call it though? Like, when I was searching for like McFarlane toys and stuff from back in the day, there are so many Spawn figures that aren't even in the damn comics. They are just there. Like, there's some like I'm unironically, I'm not big on Gundam, so I'm probably butchering when I say this, but there are some like straight up like Gundam-esque design Spawns. And it's like, what the fuck is this from? It's like, nowhere. It's just a toy. It's just a random toy of just a mechanized Spawn. What context is there to it?
Tetsuya Nomura Batman figure.
Honestly, the thing about it is that it was a weird attempt to tie in, because Todd started to do like anime figures. The most well-known anime figure he did was Kaneda on the motorcycle from Akira. So he kind of was tying in. Manga was becoming a big deal, so he wanted to make like Spawn part of that. And there's also technically a Spawn manga. Actually, there is a Spawn manga.
I saw that. But, yes, I forgot to read it. And what's funny, it's not like a direct adaptation of Al Simmons' story as Spawn. It's literally a guy in Japan becoming a Hell Spawn.
Yes,
there's a lot of stuff. I mean, Paul Jenkins did Blood and I forget the name of it. There's a handful of one-off Spawn series there where there's like just random Hell Spawns. Blood and Salvation is some guy living in a post-apocalyptic future who's a Hell Spawn.
I mean, that's what Gunslinger started off as.
Yeah, so there's a lot of as far as this like weird offshoots of Spawn as a series, there's a lot of
Dark Ages.
Gunslinger Spawn is meant to be a replacement for Medieval Spawn.
Yep. I mean, Medieval Spawn pretty much started off as that.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those things where it makes sense. When you look at the context of what the hell Spawns are, it makes sense that there's a bunch of them throughout the history, and some of them being quote unquote noteworthy figures in history. Like, I think even in the show, it says like, what's his name? Fucking Genghis Khan. Like, why did he conquer so much? Because he was a fucking hell spawn. That's his reasoning. One thing I will say, and this is something I wanted to bring up, I forgot to bring up, but like, Medieval Spawn is murdered by Angela, And it's kind of fucked up because again, medieval Spawn was probably the nicest hell Spawn you saw in the series, and so it's like, and she's not even like nice about it either. She straight up like just butchers him, and it's like, come on, of all the Spawns to deserve a fate like that, but it's whatever.
Actually, so one comic I ended up reading because I was kind of curious because I went on random Spawn binges because I was just like, I'll read random comics, figure out what I'll bring to the table. So I ended up discovering a comic called Spawn Fan Edition that apparently features, in Malbolge's opinion, the most evil Hell Spawn.
Is that the one with like a big Viking guy on the cover?
Yes, that's the
I
one.
have that one.
Yep. And apparently, he is just the most evil Hellspawn ever. He is apparently like, yeah, you want to know what Hellspawns need to be like? That guy. He's perfect. Man, I like, Malbolgia basically spends the entire comic sucking his dick. Basically being like, yeah, but, I'm saving him for something special. Something special. And he never appeared anywhere else. Malbolgia's just been saving him for like decades. He's just like,
Let me tell you
yo,
about
man,
the most evil Spawn I've ever created. The Spawn of Spawns. He's just this guy.
Yeah, he's just this Norse Viking dude, and he's just like in hell, and Malbolgia's just like, I have to save him for a special occasion, something amazing, and I'm just like, what? Give me something. Come on.
Especially when you consider the context that Spawn of the R. Al Simmons Spawn, he's basically supposed to be the final Spawn. Like this is the Spawn. This is the one that ends all things. This is the final soldier in Hell's army.
Well, that leads into, I don't know why I think Spawn is such a good comic book series, because when I was younger, when I first started getting into comics, Spawn was one of the first comics I picked up because I knew about the movie when I was a kid, but I didn't get to see it. And it seems like just on an individual issue level, there's always something happening, and it's like interesting enough to keep you going. It's not like so invested in these overarching plots always that it's impossible to follow.
Yeah, because like I think I mentioned this before the stream too, is that Spawn is one of those series. It's very rewarding if you stick to it because it's like 300 plus issues, but it is very rewarding to stick to it because as rough as some of those early issues can be, it does get better as it goes on.
I mean, he keeps to kind of the science of comic books where you have 22 pages, you can advance the plot, but you have to have an action scene. Like the first issue, like you would feel compelled to set up all these things, but of course there's a scene of Spawn murdering a bunch of would-be rapists. Oh, I said it. I said the word.
Oh. Well, goodbye, YouTube.
I was about to say it too.
You can't not say it in the context of that issue.
You can't dislike the video anymore. You can't do it. It's impossible now.
Would-be scoundrels. And he keeps that up in every issue. There's a good 1 to 2 page scene of just like action to keep you interested and keep younger readers, I guess, interested in what's going on.
Yeah, I will say that is that like, and that's one thing. What's that? Oh God, it's like I think it's a trope when it comes to storytelling where it's like you have your character rescue like a cat from a tree or something like that, where it's basically like it's where you show them doing something good, like rescuing someone or something, and it's supposed to help establish that the character is supposed to be a good guy. It's supposed to help make the person like the character.
Good exposition, basically.
But it's like a specific. Let me see if I can look it up real quick. But it's supposed to be like a specific thing where it's like.
Well, it's kind of like what I've heard people say about like very big budget horror movies where like you have to have a scare every certain number of minutes to keep the audience interested. And in comics, it's kind of the same way. You have to have an action scene per issue, or you're wasting the reader's time.
Yeah, 'cause I can't think of what it is. I don't know but it's basically like you establish some kind of scene where it's supposed to help get the reader to understand that this is the character you're supposed to root for. Like even though you have like later moments where like, oh, the character did something really bad, because that was your initial introduction to the character, this is kind of the thing you associate them with. And that is like the first Spawn do in both the show and in the comic, where in the comic there's a woman being assaulted and he comes in and saves her. And in the show, like these mob guys assassinating somebody, he just jumps in, stop. However, the comic much darker way in the sense where like even though he jumps in to save the guy still ends up dying, but mostly because of his own fault, not Spawn's.
Yeah.
What I want to say though, and I mentioned it because I saw it on the screen real quick, but like it's one thing that kind of annoys me about the medieval Spawn Witchblade crossovers is that both of them feel like setups to other stories rather than their own stories. But the Spawn feels more like setup than its own story, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Now, like, well, with him turning like human at the end, you're kind of like, well, what's happening to him now? What's going to go on? Stuff like that.
Well, like in the medieval Spawn, it's kind of weird because like I'll just refer to medieval Spawn Witchblade #1, whatever. And that first crossover, it's kind of funny because like the medieval Witchblade is referenced in like the early Witchblade issues before it was established. Like you see like a poster. Oh no, it's not a poster. It's like artwork of the character in someone's like private room or whatever. But like in the context of the story itself, it sets up something for the darkness rather than it sets up for Witchblade, really. And the only thing it really sets up for the Spawn is just simply establishing the medieval Spawn. The second one, however, is probably more confusing, where its ending is essentially a cliffhanger as to like what's going on, and I think it's partly there so they can have a medieval Spawn in the newest Spawn comics, because in the latest Spawn comics there's quite a few Spawns running around. There's Al Simmons Spawn, there's Gun Spawn, there's Steve Spawn, and then there's the medieval Spawn, but it's not the original medieval Spawn, it's this new one.
Oh yeah. I mean I dropped off after like 302, but I remember they teased like a new evil medieval Spawn coming in.
Yeah, it's funny because like in the context of the story, it's like he made it in his time period. He made a deal with Malbosia, thus he became a Spawn. So in order to save him from becoming Malbosia's slave, they send him to the future. And the reason why it works is because in the future Malbosia is dead. Therefore, he just has the powers without the contract. And I was thinking, like, well, that's kind of fucked up in a meta way, because I always forget Malbosia's dead in the current comics.
Yeah, because he's such an integral part of the story. It's like if you tell someone who dropped off a Spawn, oh yeah, Malbosia's dead, like what? Because no one like there's not Spawn sells pretty well for an indie comic. But you'd be hard pressed to find that many people who know like current Spawn lore.
Yeah, because like, and one thing that always gets me is like Malbosia for a while, like I don't say it's implied, but there is that little bit of like, you kind of assume he's the devil, only to find out he's just one of the lords of hell. Because
he's one of like 9, right? Because there's one for each circle of hell.
Yeah, there's like, it's loosely based on the Dante's Inferno, hell where there's like spheres of hell.
Yeah.
Instead of them being and
Thank
like
you, Al.
the Hellspawn are like Malbosia's creation. Like the
Yeah.
other guys have their own plans, but Malbosia's is specifically the Hellspawn.
I like how like this big entire lore is from Alan Moore and we're still using it today. Just
I mean, it's good.
useless.
Mhm.
Oh no, it's good. It's good lore. But anyway, the whole thing with but no, like Spawn was just in a very weird place because for a long time, like it doesn't seem like a lot of people were paying attention to it. So they missed stuff like Spawn being replaced, him coming back, and so much other stuff. Like the Jim Downing era was like, man, I kind of want to be like The Walking Dead. Can I do that with Spawn?
What if we took Spawn and made it a drama? And then it's like we're talking about a series where one of the main antagonists is a demon in a fat clown costume made of skin. No, we can't do drama. Forget the drama.
The weird thing is with Todd to an extent, it's like Todd is like, man, I have to make action figures. The desire is coming back. The desire.
What is this? What is this feeling within me? I must create toys.
Yeah, when I was rereading for this stream, the Spawn Origins collection. He says at in the prologue to the book, "Oh, I have a set endpoint for Spawn, and I'm only going to write it if Spawn stops selling." And I'm just like, there's like we're at 315, 320 now, and it's like there's no way. It's like whatever endpoint you had, there's no way that you are reaching that where we are now.
I like to
What's funny
think
is
that Todd.
like, go ahead.
I think at one point Todd might have had an endpoint, and here's my theory. I think it was when he initially killed off Al Simmons, that was going to be his endpoint.
Yeah, it seems like it would be.
And for whatever reason, it just did not happen. I respect Todd as a creator to an extent. Do I believe he has a planned ending and he's not just bullshitting us? No, I do not.
Todd he smells, money to be made.
He probably has like a very.
He wants to make it.
It's probably vague enough in his head that it's like, yo, yeah, I have a planned ending.
Everyone dies.
Oh my god, Bernie made a good point. Spawn is the American version of One Piece, where the comic series officially is never going to end.
I'm fine with that.
I mean, he just launched Spawn's universe and King Spawn, both of which are literally setups for a bigger universe of Spawn.
Honestly, here's the thing. It's probably a lot of it also probably has to do with another big reason of why he's doing this, and this is just another thing. Walking Dead is gone from Image.
Yeah, that's true too.
And
they need that next big thing.
And also another big thing, Saga was stopped being published. It's coming back, but Image lost a lot of buzz, a lot of sales in very quick number, and they haven't gotten a new series that's a big indie hit, shall we say. Like, I'm sure I can ask anybody on here right now, what is Image currently publishing, about that isn't like any of the Image founders or anything else?
Are they still doing Farmhand, or did they give up on that one?
I'm not sure. The one I'm interested in right now is Pilot something. I forget what it's called exactly. I'm going to check that one out if I can.
No, because a lot of these new Image books are what made Spawn kind of appealing is it was a good, like, whether or not you want a superhero book, it was a good, like, supernatural action thing. But they don't really have a lot of that now. Like, they have Eric Larson is still doing Savage Dragon, and everyone seems to hate it. But
Eric Larson is going what I like to call the Dave Sim crazy school, where one guy works on a comic for about 300 issues and goes fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah, I mean, if you can compare him to Todd McFarlane, like Todd's got it, he's got it all together. Like you could say it's not good if you want.
Yes, but
it's
thing.
much better than Savage Dragon.
But here's the thing: the reason I compare like him to Dave Sim and not Todd is Todd hasn't worked on every issue of Spawn.
No, he hasn't. He took a break, and he certainly doesn't draw every issue.
And here's the thing: Eric Larson has worked on every issue of Savage Dragon, and I mean every fucking issue.
Yeah, and I just remember, like, what was it, like 2-3 years ago, he did an issue with like a really like gross, gratuitous sex scene, and it's like, this isn't like what anyone who ever read Savage Dragon in the 90s ever wanted to see out of it.
Eric Larson is good at drawing things, monsters, and punching people. You should not want to read Savage Dragon for his erotic art.
Look, at least if you look up Savage Dragon hentai, it's canon. It's not something that you find online and it's some weirdo drew a comic book of characters. You're like, this is the artist's. He said, I love these characters so much, I'm going to draw the most vile, heinous sexual acts I can think of.
Yes, he did. Because Eric Larson was jealous he wasn't getting controversy bucks anymore. God damn it. But yeah,
people just like Spawn. They don't need controversy. Oh, Spawn's cool. He looks cool. He's a cool guy. He has superpowers and just cool stuff. He doesn't.
Spawn has always been the ultimate image over substance character. And I hate saying that because I think there's a lot of good elements to Spawn to an extent as a story. But on image, what he draws, how it's drawn, like a lot of people can just get off. Like the visuals matter so much to Spawn that it really propels the character in bigger heights.
Well, that, and it's, there's a lot of other. The 90s and the 2000s spurred a lot of that, like that idea of like hell spawning a superhero. Like you had like Ghost Rider, that was the 80s, 70s. But then you have like the Darkness, you have Witchblade. Later on, Joe Madureira worked with Vigil to make the Darksiders games.
Wait, hold on. We can't forget the other 90s legend, Evil Ernie. Come on.
Well, my point is, what Spawn has that all those other characters don't have is a 13-year-old could draw him. You draw a guy in like an all-black suit with a big red cape, it's Spawn. And on top of that, he's got very memorable villains. Like besides Paulie Franchetti, I cannot tell you one villain from the Darkness, and I love the Darkness.
Yeah, that's the thing I always love about the Darkness too, is that like a lot of his, aside from Spawn as well, a lot of his villains like Rogues Gallery were kind of like gangsters,
like thugs.
Yeah, if we're just going by the human Rogues Gallery,
like Eddie Schroet, the corrupt cop, like Spawn's one big human enemy. He has two big human enemies. He's got
Tony
David Wynn, and not David Wynn. What's his name? Jason Wynn. Jason. And what's the other guy? Billy Kincaid. And you were gonna say Tony Twist. Which
is the gangster. Yeah,
but they. Like those exist, but everyone thinks of Violator, Malbolgia, the cyborg gorilla. There's a lot of Spawn's got a lot of cool villains that Todd McFarlane came up with, and like Ghost Rider's got Blackheart and what's his name? I can't even remember the names. Lilith, Vengeance, but I've never met a single person in the world who knows who Vengeance is.
Yeah, Vengeance is like, if I remember right, Vengeance is what the other Ghost Rider that's kind of like supposed to be his rival or whatever.
Yeah, he's got like a bone mohawk and like a giant pop collar. He was in the Ghost Rider game, which was pretty good.
Yeah.
Not as good as the Spawn Armageddon game, but pretty good. Vent haven't been on Twitter.
I mean,
Banned me.
they fucking banned me. Oh.
No, yeah, I think that's why Spawn kind of, because it's not he's you could say he's style over substance, but like I think that's the essence of a good superhero comic, is it has to have a lot of style, because it could be the most well-written thing in the world, but if like when you think of the Batman meeting Spawn, everyone thinks of the one with Todd McFarlane and Frank Miller. No one thinks of the one where Klaus Janson did the art, because it looks awful.
Yeah. It was also like, obviously, too, the references, even then, like the late 90s, early 2000s, like when characters from shows referenced Spawn and Todd's work, like the Powerpuff Girls, when they did the superhero episode, and Buttercup was Spawn, basically.
Yes. Like, you
I was
don't know who that is.
Yeah, I kept searching far and wide when I was a kid. I was like, who is this character? I was like, oh, it's Spawn. That's who she's referencing.
Who? I remember that episode. Who were the other two girls pretending to be? If you can.
Blossom was Wonder Woman.
Okay.
And Buttercup was Hello Kitty, I think.
Oh yeah.
Or Bunny, yeah. But that was the closest one I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, when I was a kid, even when I was a kid, because I didn't get into Spawn until I didn't read my first comic book until the early 2000s, and I didn't go into a comic book shop until like a year after that. And I just remembered I didn't see the Spawn movie. I saw the trailer for the Spawn movie on like a VHS tape, and that's what made me want to read the comic book.
Yeah, Cartoon Network was doing a lot of crossovers with their own materials way before Marvel was doing it with the MCU.
I mean, they had a lot of trailer bumps with like Johnny Bravo.
They even somehow like had one for Nickelodeon, and then like people were like absolutely flabbergasted they were actually able to do that.
Which one is that? Fairly Odd Parents and Jimmy Neutron one?
Yeah, if I remember right, is that Double D goes in and he tells people to like just don't watch a Nickelodeon, go to Cartoon Network. Yeah. It was really, I was like, again, I'm surprised Cartoon Network got away with that, with doing that.
Oh, I mean, I don't think we've even talked about the movie at all.
Yeah. It's like, as I thought it was like, I thought the movie was fine. We did say that Michael J. White and John Leguizamo were like very, very great. They were
the best parts.
Yeah.
Martin Sheen was a white Jason Wynn.
Yeah, basically.
I just remember he was working for the Violator in that movie.
Yeah, it's funny enough, in the show they did what was it? They actually, or no, he wasn't that he's working with him, but he was kind of trying to influence him or guide him in the show.
Yeah, whereas in the movie he's literally like hanging out in his office.
Yeah, he's hanging out in his office, smoking his cigars with him, all this other stuff, and then like he's literally in the shadows because I guess he doesn't want him to know what he looks like, all the other stuff. But he has connections. Well, yeah, because again, in the comics, Jason was actually a normal dude until he got basically super paranoid and power hungry, and then it was like, oh, I'm gonna like deal with Malbolgia, kill Al Simmons, so I could get this kind of psychoplasm, they call it, which is basically some kind of weird, I guess, hell currency to keep him alive. And
yeah,
all that.
Something like that. And then the part in the comics, like where Spawn turns into a white guy and goes to his wife's house. In the movie, he just shows up to his wife's daughter's birthday as just a hideously scarred burn victim in homeless man clothes.
Yeah, even in the show, he was like, he just wore like a coat and a hat, but he wasn't fucking stupid enough to like, go to their house.
Hey, I'm gonna go. I'm a homeless guy who's covered in burns. Let me talk to your 8-year-old kid.
Yeah. Or I think she was 5 actually, but
Yo,
Same difference.
oh, what's up? What
yo.
happened?
God, okay, I got a story to tell.
Okay.
God, I'm finally back. My internet
Oh.
broke down and I was gone.
So
Oh,
your
you
internet broke down.
You know my pain. The curse has moved on.
There's only 3 of us with
I
stable
have-
internet on this.
I am now back.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I've been
Violator was
listening-
the birthday clown. Exeter put it up.
And I
Violator was
just had
at Science birthday
one-
party.
Yeah.
And I just have this one thing to say. Vengeance was an attempt to make a Venom for Ghost Rider. That was
Yeah,
it.
yeah. That pretty
Yeah.
much Marvel wanted that after Venom took off, which was arguably a Todd McFarlane thing.
Yeah. Oh. Guys, have
What?
you ever heard of the character of Night Watch?
I think so.
Yes,
No.
he's literally Spawn.
No, you mean Discount Spawn. Don't you? Oh God, I remember reading Maximum Carnage, seeing that nigga show up, and I was like, "What the fuck? What kind of crossover is this?"
I
the
reread
fuck?
that a couple of last year, and I was like, wait, I don't remember this character. This exact clone of Spawn.
I thought it was Spawn. I legit thought it was Spawn, and I was because I love Maximum Carnage. Carnage is my favorite, one of my favorite of all time. And I saw Maximum Carnage. I saw him show. I literally just thought, like, is that Spawn? What the fuck?
Supposedly, when Todd left Marvel, he was working on another character, and
He was working on
supposedly,
Spawn for Marvel. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I
and
just had a funny
supposedly,
moment with it.
Night Watch is what was left over from that.
Like, go ahead, keep shooting till that
Supposedly.
I mean, it
There's
makes
no-
sense when you think about it. He leaves Marvel, and what's like the first thing he does? He makes Spawn.
Yeah.
Like, they couldn't just use like the Prowler for like that role, because Nightwatch like didn't contribute much to that story anyway.
Oh god. Okay, I've read all of Night Watch appearances because I was planning on doing a fucking thread on that bastard.
Oh no!
Because
Let me
my
tell you
god.
about Discount Spawn.
The greatest
Do you want me
character
to tell
ever
you-
created.
Do you want me to tell you the fact that like Discount Spawn's origin involves a predestination paradox?
I'm sorry. What?
Because okay, here's Discount Spawn's origin. I'll tell you about Night Watch. Okay, Night Watch is about a dude experimenting on himself. He gets attacked by some guy from the future, and he realizes that it's him, but he's dead. So he takes off the costume and becomes Night Watch. That is Night Watch. That's his origin.
Okay, so I just gotta tell this story, all right? I just gotta tell this story. This is why I was gone for so long. So I go, you know, I've been drinking. I go to take a piss, right?
Yeah.
I go downstairs. Now, I just want to give this context. There is quite a few stray cats living around my house.
Nice.
I made the mistake of feeding them. You know, I'm trying to be nice, whatever.
I keep telling you, can't feed stray cats because they'll just come to your house and stuff.
I come downstairs, and there is a motherfucking cat just in my house. I literally like double take, and I'm just like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" And he just runs out. And at first, he doesn't really run anywhere. He's like runs and like stands by something. I said, "Where the fuck are you going?" He then runs behind the refrigerator. I go chase him behind the refrigerator. He then runs to wherever a hole he crawled out of, and I just literally said, "What the fuck are you doing in here?" Like yelling at this cat, like, "What the fuck?" So if you're wondering why I went quiet for a minute, if I
No,
was
I mean
dead or
you
not,
and,
no,
you and Exalted both went out at like the same time.
Oh, that
so
that
we kept the
cat
show
thing.
going.
Wait,
I was
that
going
whole
chasing
cat
a
thing
cat.
happened right like recently, like right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I went to go take a piss.
That's why he was
There
muted
just
for
a
so
cat.
long.
Oh.
There was just a cat in my house.
It was just us. It's just us talking about the movie.
Yeah,
there was just a wild pussy in my house.
I honestly feel sorry for Michael Jai White. I love him. He's a great actor. My God, that guy has been screwed out so much.
Yes, like the fact that he played Spawn and then almost nothing came of it afterwards is
Right. Like the only thing I can think of
criminal.
off the top of my head is he was in The Dark Knight.
Black Dynamite. Like, fuck.
Oh
I love
yeah, that's true.
Okay,
Like-
that makes up for it.
Yeah, like, look, he got to play a superhero of some sort eventually.
Mhm.
He was also Bronze Tiger in one of the recent animated Batman films.
God, that one really pisses me off because they really just like shitted on that character.
Are you talking about Assault on Arkham?
No, Arrow, Bronze Tiger.
Okay, I just want to say something right now. All the CW shows are trash.
Yeah.
You can like them if you want, but if you sit here and try to argue that they are objectively good, I'm just going to tell you right now, you're wrong.
Right. I really tried to get into The Flash, and
Flash is the worst, definitely.
Apart from the guy who played Reverse Flash, like I couldn't. It was so
there's
boring.
only
I
the
actually
most
think Arrow's
redeemable.
worse.
Look, there's only one redeemable aspect about the Flash. It is the only show I've seen so far with a Hanukkah-themed death trap. And as a Jewish man, I always wanted to see my religion be used against a superhero in a holiday-themed death trap.
I've always wanted to see my religion be used for evil.
Look, you don't understand. Look, like superheroes being trapped in a menorah as it melts them down in wax. It's right there, people. You see heroes being used against Christmas trees. I just want some equal representation in my death traps.
Well, at least that's
Also,
a little more.
just
That's
for
more
con-
creative than Batman just like hanging a guy wearing a Santa hat off a building in Arkham Origins.
Yeah,
Also,
like, come on.
I just want to give the context. On screen, this is Billy Kincaid as a Hellspawn.
Yeah,
They had the
I
audacity
showed him.
to keep him giant.
He's thick.
I'm just
Can we
saying.
make him look more intimidating? Nah.
Okay, like Burning says something about the Netflix shows, and I will still argue that you guys can like those, but aside from Daredevil, I never liked any of the other more. I hated Luke Cage, I hated Jessica Jones, I hated Defenders especially.
I really wanted to watch Luke Cage because I always loved that character, and I just heard horrible things about the show.
Yeah, I love the actor, I love the character, but everybody else and everything, just the plot and story and all that. Is it's horrible.
They really should have just done an Iron Fist Luke Cage show. Honestly,
Oh, that'd be so cool.
That too is like I watched a little bit season 2, and the actors right for Luke and Iron Fist, they work so well together, and that one episode of them working together, I'm like, yeah, just make it a whole show. We literally want Luke Cage.
Heroes for Hire would be a great name for a TV show.
I don't know why people like this. Like, that's out of both characters. That is the series that lasted longest for both of them. So you would think maybe it's like, the characters work like this. This was the longest lasting. Maybe we should do more of this.
Well, hold on.
Listen,
I was going to
just
say Jessica Jones lasted next to Daredevil had lasted because she got what, a third or fourth season or something.
Let me just put it this way: it's like when it comes to like a lot of superhero mediums, there is a very clear moment, especially as of now, where they don't really give a shit about the source material. They really care about like the very surface level namesake of these.
Yeah, I mean, look at fucking Shang-Chi. He had to borrow 2 fucking villains from 2 other superheroes because he has no villains to work with.
I mean, you can say that for a lot of superhero movies in general. Like, for one, I'm mostly speaking this because I'm more familiar with the characters. But when it comes to like the Venom movies, like, listen, I don't hate I can't really say too much about the second Venom movie because I have strong opinions. But when it comes to, like, the first Venom movie, I like it. But it is not a good Venom movie.
Well, that's the thing. Like, people, a thing that, in general, when it comes to movies, like, I don't really care how close it is as long as it's good.
It's like one
Now,
of the
see,
dark.
me personally, like, I'm a little. I'm not trying to like disagree with you or even fight.
No,
you
you
on it.
can.
Or,
It's
like,
fine. I understand
Yeah.
people who want it to be like more
I-
accurate, but I just
like-
like the certain movies. If it's good enough, like if I'm entertained
If
the
it's-
entire way through, I'm fine.
If
Yeah,
it's good enough, my opinion is okay. I can enjoy this movie. I can find value in it, but I also hate when unique ideas from the original source material just get completely
They
discarded.
just, yeah, they
Yeah, 'cause,
disregard
like-
them completely.
Yeah, because I'm admitting that the first Venom movie, like the second Venom movie, like I'm being perfectly biased here. I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
I hate the Carnage. Like that's just me. I'm not saying it's objectively bad. I'm just saying I hate it. But when it comes to the first Venom movie, I like it. However, it annoys me that there are several elements to it that are just, as someone who's very hardcore into Venom, there's just a lot of elements to it that just, like, when you know the context of what's like the very, like, this is one that gets me, and it's probably a small thing, but I will fight it to the end. His name. Why the fuck are they calling themselves Venom? Why
Look,
the fuck?
it's the same thing as the Transformers movies. It's like why is one of them named Bumblebee when they're like ancient aliens from another planet?
Yeah,
in a different
what the hell is
galaxy?
a Bumblebee on Cybertron? What the hell does that even mean?
That's
to them?
just like maybe his name sort of translates to that in English. Who knows? It's just
You
like,
guys want me to give you? Do you guys want me to give you the deep lore of the Transformers?
No.
Where they
let's-
actually
let's-
do?
let's keep this.
That's
let's
gonna
stick to
take
Spawn.
forever. That's
We've,
gonna
al-
take
we've
forever.
already
Let's
we've
be-
already
Also-
side tangent.
Also,
Let's keep it to
I am
Spawn.
shit posting. They never explain that shit.
Oh,
They actually don't.
Oh my god.
I was
I
telling you,
just
there
wanted
is no
to
answer.
I just wanted to make you guys scared for a second. That was real, and it's not. They never
pulled a-
actually explained to me.
He pulled a Matrix. There is no spoon. There is
Yeah.
no answer.
What?
You want
And
a
let's be
context?
frank,
There is no.
They explained some stupid ass. They explained some weird aspects about Transformer, but they never went into the names of like Bumblebee's name came from such and such planet on the galaxy X. They never explained that. So
But back to Spawn though, because
Yeah.
we're notorious for this on these streams where we just go on side tangents. And again, if you came
I
here looking
think we've
for,
been doing a more solid job than usual.
I was about to say this is probably the best so far, and I think it's just because a lot of us really love Spawn, and
Oh,
there's
yeah.
so much to talk about with it. But again, like if you came here looking for professional, well
You're shit out of luck.
executed,
Guys, do you want to
you're
talk
in the wrong
about?
place.
Do you guys want to take 20 more minutes to talk about the Spawn Mobile?
God, no.
And
Actually,
yet,
there
we're
is
still
one thing I
more
wanted to
professional
bring
than
up.
what we've seen in a lot of journalism, or should I say, journalism with quotation marks.
There is one thing I want to bring up about Spawn, and it's something that, like, I don't know how the best way to describe it is. Is that like,
Oh, right. The Bumblebee movie did explain why his name was. But to be honest, it's been so long, I forgot it.
oh yeah, I forget. 'cause,
Honestly, I don't really count that because his name wasn't Bumblebee on Cybertron. It was just BB something. So it's like,
Yeah, BB.
you know, it's he was
BB-8.
good. He's Bumblebee on
Baby.
Earth. Look, let's not get into
Bumblebee was
Transformers
just
on
some
the spot.
Italian
Yeah,
guy being
let-
like,
wait a
hey,
minute.
baby.
listen. If we talk about Transformers
You can
now,
hold
that's
on
one less.
Transformers.
That's one less stream for me later. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold it. Is there a Spawn Transformers action figure?
Actually, you know what? There is. I think there is one.
I'm sure there is. Let's see.
I mean, I know there's a
You wanna
Darth
look it up?
Vader figure that transforms into the Death Star.
Yo, that's
That's real.
you know,
I'm not
it
joking.
doesn't make a lick of sense. Like, why would he turn into the Death Star and
Because
not his TIE
he's
fighter?
big. He's a big guy.
So the story
unit.
of the Star Wars Transformers series is that the Star Wars universe got invaded by Transformers, so they build giant mechs to help fight them. I wish I was kidding, but there actually is lore explaining that.
Yeah, I said there is
So-
actually like a toy line of Star Wars Transformers. I remember those.
Yes. There's also Marvel ones, too.
Yeah, that was a little too weird. That was too much.
Honestly, the Hulk one, really good figure.
Yeah, I had that one.
So,
Oh god.
but but the whole thing is with it's Spawn. He's like the Ninja Turtles. They basically have done almost every toy gimmick possible. Do you want a military Spawn?
I think someone mentioned it. I think it was Burning in the comments. How come there's never been a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Spawn crossover?
That could actually be.
There's an actual good explanation on that one.
You know that meme of like Batman showing
This is how I watch my.
This is where I
watch my parents talk. Can you draw them farting?
I can see Spawn going like, "This is where I was murdered."
Todd might actually see them as competition. Todd actually might see them as competition. And
what's their name? Mirage Comics, I think that's the publisher.
IDW owns them now, I think.
Before Spawn was made as toys, he was shopping Spawn around, and one of the companies was Playmates.
Yeah. So it might not be the comics; it might be the toy company that makes the TMNT figures. He sees this competition. He doesn't want to butt heads with them.
That's actually why he also didn't do Heroes Reborn. He was actually offered. When all the Image guys took back over at Marvel and did their own spin on characters again.
Oh, okay.
The reason Todd didn't do that was because of Toy Biz having a big hand in Marvel at the time, and Toy Biz is competition.
You know what? I'm gonna say this about Todd McFarlane. I don't care what you say. I say what you will about some of the things he does. I gotta respect the man for his fucking commitment to the fucking
He's gotta get the bag 24/7, nonstop.
Hey Todd, you want to come write for Marvel again and kind of have free reign? Nah, you guys working with my rival. I can't have that.
Yeah, that's probably the reason that Todd didn't do a lot of crossovers is because of the toy aspect about it.
And I'm just gonna say something. I just want to say this right now. I just want to say something, and this is something I wanted to. I plan to say this on the stream. I had to wait till I got drunk enough to say it. As far as I am concerned, I don't care what anybody else says, but I'm speaking for myself here. Todd McFarlane has an impasse.
I mean, he created the best. I think the best black superhero.
Do you want me to? Do you want me to show you the picture of Todd next to the KKK hoods?
Oh yeah!
Oh, I saw it. Oh god! Yes, I love it.
That is still one of the best move. Well, not Todd's thing, but I think Todd wrote it, but that was one of the best moves Spawn ever did, where he used his powers to turn a KKK leader into a fucking black dude, and the KKK were so fucking dumb in the brain. They were like, "Oh, it's our black guy. We gotta kill him." And it's Spawn was like, "Yep, you do that."
I would say it's kind of infamous, pretty controversial Spawn cover. Which one is it? Spawn issue. I gotta see what issue it is.
Okay.
Spawn issue number 30. I'm not gonna pull it up.
Yeah, I'll look it up. Hold on.
You look it up, you'll know why.
Oh my god.
For a very even in the comment section, even for someone watching this,
they even made a figure of it.
I am not pulling it up on the screen. Look it up for yourself. You will understand why. However, I had to fight to make that the profile image for myself because I like to do a different profile.
Oh my god!
Now I had to fight to put that.
Oh my god!
Could you imagine you put your profile image in there and then everyone would see?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
The argument would be, and then what's funny is be like, listen, Black, I'm the one who put myself in that situation. You can't sit here and be like, oh, you're being racist. God. Racist against who? Me?
This would be
I was gonna say because you're black, so Oh
yeah, that would be like me That would be like me using a cover from Magneto Testament as my profile picture.
Like,
Look,
listen,
if you ever get banned from Twitter and you come back and you're punished Sauron, use that as your Twitter profile picture.
Twitter got me. Like, I'm not even joking right now. If you are watching this right now, if you're watching this in the future, look up Spawn issue 30. Look at that cover, and just then you will understand exactly
bask
why.
in it, like
Burning.
Bask in it.
Give Burning.
What's funny is I almost at the comic shop, like when I'm at my local comic shop, I saw it. They had it on sale. I almost bought it, and I told them, like, I had a whole discussion with them. It's like, and then like the issue in and of itself is not really that great. It's not terrible, but it's not really anything special. It's really the cover you would buy it for. And I said, like, I don't want to buy it because I don't want to have to explain to somebody why I have it. Normally, I don't care about that nonsense, but this is a very special case.
Imagine like your parents like saw you with that, and you're like, I can explain.
This
like,
is how I view myself.
It's like Sauron.
This is what the 90s have done to me. All right, I do want to bring this up because this is something I wanted to bring up and I keep forgetting about. Spawn in Mortal Kombat 11.
Yeah, the
like,
hottest shit. Amazing.
Like,
Cool.
Say what you will about Mortal Kombat 11, because I know Jay Stepp and I, we've said our piece about Mortal Kombat 11 and some of this stuff. I will say, unironically, the best move they made, aside from getting, I can't think of his name off the top of my head, but the guy who played Shang Tsung in the movie, the next best thing they did was getting
Keith
Spawn
David.
as not only did they get Spawn as a guest character, they also got Keith motherfucking to voice him again.
And he does some of the best fucking lines I've ever heard.
I still haven't played it yet, but it's just like the idea of Spawn being able to fight Rambo in a fighting game where they rip each other apart is like the funniest thing.
Spawn versus a badly imitated Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, the Arnold Schwarzenegger knockoff.
I still I don't care. Like, I still don't understand why they just couldn't get Arnold Schwarzenegger for that. Like,
they probably couldn't afford him.
They either
they got Stallone,
or Arnold had other commitments to worry about.
I could imagine your commitments, but I'd be like, come on, you guys are like you got a decent amount of moolah. I mean, you hired Keith David, you can hire Arnold Schwarzenegger. Come on.
I think Keith David even he's been wanting to reprise the Spawn role, when I understand. So he probably was just like, "Fuck yeah, I'll do it." I mean, still paying.
Plus, here's the thing: Keith David is also not as big as actor as Arnold is. No offense to Keith David, I love.
Yeah, I understand that. He's the freaking governor of California. So
yeah, I
always forget that. I always forget motherfucking Arnold Schwarzenegger was a fucking governor.
Yeah, we as a society have just kind of, it's something that people used to joke about, but then it really happened.
The governor.
Yeah. So it just became this kind of weird thing we as a collective society have tried to move on from.
I mean, look, we elected Ronald Reagan president.
Listen, we elected Bush twice.
Yeah, for some dumb reason.
It's
true.
But
when it comes to Spawn and Mortal Kombat 11, listen, there's a lot of things to shit on about it when it comes to Mortal Kombat 11, and I'm not just talking about character designs. There's
NetherRealm could do better character animations,
mechanics and stuff that Weird Spawn in was great. However, I will argue that he might have been a better fit for Injustice. And
oh my god, yes! Imagine if he was in Injustice 2 with the Ninja Turtles and Hellboy.
I know the argument is that Spawn's a more brutal character. So
oh my god,
yes, that's true. However, he has more relation to the superheroes than he does the Mortal Kombat characters.
Oh my god, is this because Todd McFarlane didn't have the toy rights to DC at the time?
Again, we always have to assume if it's going to interfere with the toy lines or his toy lines and all that, he's not going to work with them. He's a man of his word.
Actually, you know what?
His own code.
You know what? Okay, so this is something I just thought about. So you know how Todd is very he pretty much if he wants them to have it, he will give you the Spawn license to use, right? I wouldn't be surprised if Spawn still shows up in Injustice 3.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if Spawn still showed up in Injustice 3, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's like the current Spawn, like the one with the mouth and everything.
I was going to say,
honestly-
too, is that, like, right now, regarding with DC and all that, are they cool with Todd regarding the toy line? Because if so, then, yeah, he'll definitely be in Injustice 3.
Todd right now has the master license for the DC toy line.
Okay, so
Yeah,
they'll
like
definitely
every DC figure that's come out so far, like toy line wise, has been a McFarlane toy.
There's right now it's shared between two companies, Jack Specific, but they haven't really produced much, and Todd's been the major producer of the like big DC figures you see in stores right now. So yeah, you know, you're a toy guy, you follow this shit because reasons.
Like I can totally see, and this is a bit of a side tangent, but I just want to point this out because I do like Mortal Kombat for the most part. I'm not a huge fan of X and 11. I do like Injustice. My catch is like when it comes to like Injustice 3, the things I expect to see, I'm not saying they will, but I kind of expect to see. The Dark Knights, I expect to see them in some capacity, whether it's like a premiere skin kind of thing or even like separate characters. And I would not be surprised if Spawn makes an appearance.
The only thing I want
completely could see it happening.
The only thing I want from the new Injustice games, just give me fucking classic costume options. Oh, love of Christ.
Oh god, I hated those like customization ones, especially like when there's a very clear set you could have and the RNG refused to give it to you.
I get
Well,
what they
just
were
the general monetization of that Injustice 2 was like a trash fire.
Oh god.
Yeah, I remember like they released the Justice League skins, which say what you will about the movie itself, it was just trash. The original,
right? Like you could play as Man of Steel, Superman, and Zod in the first Injustice just as DLC, but in the second one, it's like anything that was like a cool like bonus was like some nightmare to attain.
Yeah, because it's like the minute you did not participate in the event that it came out in, like the multiverse event, it was almost impossible to get all pieces.
Mm-hmm.
It pissed me the fuck off because I'm like, just give me like all the iconic costumes for a character. This isn't hard.
I will literally pay you for it because I'm not paying you for fake money to maybe get it. I will pay you to buy it.
Why is Superman wearing body armor? Someone please explain that to me.
It's that one is like the best I can explain. Well, if we're talking Justice 2, like that one, right? I guess because I think someone said, "Oh, because he needs to look the tyrannical part," and I'm like, "Well, he can look like that, but it doesn't need to look like body armor."
I mean, just look at Injustice 1. They gave him shoulder pads, and that did more to make him look like a tyrant than any other.
Yeah, right. He had the red shoulder pads to kind of go with that dictator kind of look, right? You know,
I love how I love how the difference between Superman and Evil Superman was shoulder pads.
Yeah, right. And his eyes were a little more like darker kind of thing too. Like he hadn't slept in a couple days.
And he literally had black. He lived fascist soldiers in all black armor. Just the person he beat.
Yeah. I could be wrong too. He didn't have the curl too, and then like good Superman had the curl. So
I will say this: I rag on Injustice a lot because I do think it is, aside from like the surface level fighting game story, I do think it is kind of a bad story in the sense that it requires the characters to act so out of character to happen. But I will say it was very satisfying to have the original, or at least the classic Superman, show up and beat the shit out of the fascist Superman. That was one of the most satisfying things in that game.
And then the movie had to shit on that idea and be like, no, you're not gonna let that happen.
Oh, the movie.
The entire
we don't talk about the movie. That and Red Sun.
Oh, for the love of God.
Red Sun.
that is genuinely like the worst DC movie.
Why would
Well,
you
I
just say like we're not going to talk about Injustice, and then you say, "Oh, but we are going to talk about Red Sun"? Like we're not going to talk about that either. That one fucking sucks.
Hey, remember Spawn?
Member Spawn. Spawn.
Listen, if you came here for coherent discussions about the topic at hand, you've come to the wrong place.
Okay,
Look,
but we'll talk.
we actually
okay.
There,
have-
we've been at this quite for
Look,
some
we've
time.
had to establish that Todd and his toy habits decide a lot about Spawn.
back to the topic at hand. Spawn toys. They are what decide the crossovers.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, sorry. You go.
You know,
Yeah,
I'm gonna look
like-
this up real quick. You guys keep talking. I'm gonna look up if there's ever been a medieval Spawn thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like, okay, medieval Spawn has a complicated history because he was also created by Neil Gaiman, and as we have established, Neil Gaiman's basically the cause of all of Todd McFarlane's woes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Here
God.
we go. Oh wow!
So,
Holy shit!
What?
what?
So there's quite a few, a lot of old school McFarlane medieval Spawn toys. All of them on eBay, of course.
Yes, there is quite a lot.
I'm trying
Remember
to
when
see.
I said what?
I vaguely remember. I'm gonna see if I can find it. There was a medieval Spawn statue.
Oh wait. Let's see.
Holy
Someone.
shit!
Yeah.
Holy! Oh my god, that's amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what was I gonna say? Is like, oh yeah. Someone said, "Oh, are we gonna talk about Spawn the animation, like the second anime one that got canceled?" I'm like,
We will get to that. I'm sorry. I just keep getting sidetracked because there's so much crazy shit about this goddamn character.
Honestly, look, with
There's
this
not
whole
much to
thing,
talk about that. Honestly, I mean, it got canceled. Like they were gonna probably be a wrap up, kind of like with Samurai Jack's thing, but you know, that's it. You know,
there's really not much we can say other than there were some plans to have Angela, but honestly, if we're going to talk about that, we might as well talk about like the Neil Gaiman McFarlane case, since it defines so much of what Spawn is.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember looking back on this, even when I was first reading Spawn Resurrection, because like at the time when I read it, I was like, okay, it's been years since I read Spawn. But first of all, I just want to point out how amazing this statue looks.
It's a great statue.
God, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but it's like freaking, what was it? Like Spawn's like end game kind of, or his outro after like he wins in Mortal Kombat 11, and then you see that face of Malbolgia. Man, that it gives me fucking goosebumps.
Oh yeah, 'cause, again, it's like Malbolgia, one of the biggest bad guys in Spawn. But one thing I was gonna say though is like, oh god. All right, go ahead and say what you're gonna say because I kind of lost my train of thought.
Well, here's the thing with like how the whole thing started. So you know why Neil Gaiman was brought on? You want to know what what Todd McFarlane wanted to make as a gimmick for Spawn?
What?
I'm just gonna ask you, what do you guys think the gimmick for bringing Neil Gaiman into Spawn was?
What's Neil Gaiman known for, especially at the time?
Sandman.
Was he known for Sandman by
I was
then?
about to say like Sandman, yeah.
So I'm just gonna ask you guys, what do you think the gimmick was? Just give me one guess. All right.
I don't know, and I don't want to guess wrong. Like
I don't care. I mean,
Just okay. The gimmick, and this was Todd's own words, was to give Spawn good writing.
Okay, so it's funny because I know I've talked about this before, where it's like, Todd in the past has stated like when he talk about Spawn and like some of its like writing issues, he's like, "Listen, I'm an artist, not a writer. Stop blaming me."
He actually has admitted to it, and oh god, like the Neil Gaiman deposition because there's a channel I follow right now that's been reading off the deposition from Neil Gaiman, and there's some salty stuff like, apparently, like the DC offices made fun of the entire first issue of Spider-Man. Todd did.
He would have been better off giving regular work to Alan Moore. I mean, you saw how much work Alan Moore did for Supreme. Imagine if he did that for Spawn.
It
Well, it's
probably
funny
might have
because,
worked.
like, go ahead.
It probably might have worked at some point, but there were a couple reasons that kind of ended up happening as it did. Mostly because, here's the thing. Initially, Alan Moore was trying to avoid it as much as possible because you want to know why Alan Moore actually worked for Image back in the 90s?
Oh, why?
He lost all his Watchmen money because his wife up and left with their mutual lover.
I was gonna say, I was pretty sure he was broken. He was doing work for hire. He did like an issue of the Max. He did that whole Judgment Day crossover. He's just writing a lot of random stuff.
Basically, Alan Moore lost his money in a divorce, and like this was like his Watchmen money, so it was quite a lot. So it's like,
Yo, imagine that being a divorce settlement. Like, whoever wins this gets the Watchmen money.
God, I forgot, like, what was it? I forgot fucking Peter Weller, RoboCop, was in World Combat 11, and they got, him, and he's talking to fucking Spawn and Malboja and all this other shit. I'm like, fuck, man, this is crazy.
But anyway, so Alan Moore had to basically do a lot of work for hire, and he made like a declaration of being like, guys, I'm never doing superhero comics again. Oh God, everything went to hell. I need a job.
I'm never doing superhero comics again. Oh God, I'm broke. Wait.
He's done I feel like he had some sort of falling out with Rob Liefeld. I feel like he should have, if he went with Todd instead, I feel like he would have been more stable, because if Todd just wanted good writing, he would have. I feel like Alan Moore would have been easier to work with.
Honestly, here's the thing. If you actually look at how much he did, and he left Todd very early on, there was probably already friction there, maybe. So I'm not exactly sure what exactly the deal is with him and Todd. They never actually really talk about it. But there's a lot of stuff going on. And believe it or not, he ultimately didn't fall in with Todd McFarlane or Rob Liefeld. He fell in with Jim Lee at the end of the day.
Yeah, because then he started working at, I think it was he called it America's Best Comics, and he did Tom Strong, but then Jim Lee let DC buy them out. So he basically just wound up getting screwed by DC again.
God, it's like, it's like, what was it? I don't like Lee, but man, I still love his artwork.
Yeah.
No, his artwork's great.
Yeah, he's horrible at DC. I'm sorry.
My issue with Lee is that, all right, here's my opinion about Jim Lee, and this is just what I'm going to say. Jim Lee is what people think Todd McFarlane is.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. No. I said before, I think he's a great artist, but as trying to be a creative leader at DC, no, he's not. He sucks at that.
That's exactly my point.
Even a leader at DC, I think he's just a master.
Is a bad businessman.
One person at a time. Sorry. So, Exalted, you go.
No, people assume that Todd McFarlane is a bad businessman and a bad leader.
No, he's not. I mean, I say that
exact opposite.
Spawn wouldn't still be around today if he was a bad business leader.
No, like a lot of comics people or commentators don't actually tend to look at the full scope of what Todd does. Now, I'm a toy guy, so I kind of am like, yeah, this is what Todd does. This is what his whole thing is. There's a lot of aspects about it. Yeah, Spawn is not the best comic, but it's a successful comic. And
actually, oh my God, that was something. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This is it's still on topic, as I say, but like I remember at my local comic shop, because they were trying to get me to buy the Spawn compendium, which at the time I had the entire. I won't say I had the entire, but I had the majority of the Spawn Origins collection, so I didn't really like see a need for buying it. And that was the thing we were talking about, is how like when you really read Spawn, a lot of those early issues aren't that great. It's kind of
a build up. It's
insane.
just kind of like build up experimentation.
Yeah, it's
Not
kind of
what Todd's
insane
doing.
that Spawn is still around today. Even though even at the time when he didn't really have an ongoing series, a lot of people still consider him to be a very popular character. Like there was a lot of people who just like, oh, I know Spawn, or at least I've heard of him. Like I know relatively who that is. Like it kind of says a lot about that. How even before Spawn the reboot happened, people knew who Spawn was, despite the fact that his early comics weren't really that great. And I think a lot of it has to do with like the movie, the HBO series, and essentially Todd McFarlane refusing to say no. It's like, no, this will be a hit. I will make it a hit. He probably sold his soul to the devil to make it happen.
You look at the competition like in the 90s. I mean, apart from like stuff like Maximum Carnage, like you had Maximum Carnage, you had Death of Superman, which were big sellers. But Spawn had that talent behind it, and then like other like premium tier stuff, like you had like Superman at Earth's End as competition for Spawn, and it's like it doesn't hold a candle. Like Spawn was very uniquely like a strong property for the time, because Marvel was like shitting the bed in the 90s with like the Clone Saga.
Oh God,
yeah.
and DC
Peter Parker wasn't actually Spider-Man or like, the original.
Death of Superman didn't go the way they wanted it to, and so they really just had Nightfall.
As weird as it is, no, Death of Superman actually did go kind of exactly as they wanted. They honestly led a lot more to DC, to the point of a lot of people underestimate how good Death of Superman was for DC, honestly.
Yeah, as someone who loves, like, I love Superman, and it might sound kind of crazy, but Death of Superman is one of my favorite Superman stories.
No, I love Death of Superman.
Yeah, I still love it, but it's just like it just goes to show that like it brought something good, but also something really, really bad with the whole like, we could kill off a character, but it's like, we're gonna bring them back, but then it's like, you can explain all you want, but now everybody's gonna regurgitate that shit over and over again, you know?
Because it's like, oh my God, they killed Superman, and then like
he comes back, and now he's got a mullet because 80s.
Like a few issues later, he's back.
The 90s just had that replacement character syndrome. You had Kyle Rayner as the Green Lantern.
Yes.
You had Azrael as Batman. You had 4 different Supermen for a while.
Oh my God, the 4 Supermen.
So Spawn, and then you had the Clone Saga with Spider-Man. So Spawn was consistent in the 90s, which was very unique at the time.
Well, the thing about it is, at the time, with a lot of these characters, like one of the big problems with Marvel at the time was editor Bob Harris. Bob was.
I'm sorry.
That motherfucker. Yeah.
No. Oh God.
Oh, Nicolas Cage versus Spawn. Who would win?
Are you referring to Nicolas Cage as Ghost Rider, or just Nicolas Cage?
Nicolas Cage as Ghost Rider.
If we're talking,
what about
Drive Angry?
What about the Ultimate Cage? Basically, an amalgamation of every Cage ever. Would he win against Spawn?
That's literally God.
Not if he has bees.
Let's see. If I'd probably say Cage would win, but like if we're going Ghost Rider and Nicolas Cage, I would say maybe Ghost Rider. It depends on which version of Spawn we're also using. If it's just like Spawn with the normal, just Nicolas Cage. Okay,
so he wins.
Yeah, but Nicolas Cage wins because there's no one who can kill. Malboja couldn't kill Nicolas Cage.
Yeah,
he offers Malboja.
He's too crazy.
Offers him a chance to become a Hellspawn. He pulls a Cagliostro and takes over Hell from Malboja.
You know that scene from Face Off where he makes that face in the beginning of the movie while he's in that church? Yeah, that's him. That's him fucking Malboja's brain sound. Be like, yeah.
He takes Malboja's face and then now wears it.
But he goes like,
very easily escapes by slowly riding away on a bicycle, like in The Wicker Man.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Not the Wicker Nick.
Nicolas Cage is a national treasure.
No, that's a Nicolas Cage movie.
No. How do you think they got that
Actually,
name?
it is.
How do you think they got that name? You think they just made it up? No, man. Nicolas Cage, National Treasure.
Hey. Yeah.
Michael
have
J.
to look
White
up-
was gonna voice a character, antagonist in this anime. Oh, in the scrapped animated series. So wait, are you meaning like season 4 or like another series? Because I know there was like
There was plans to make a continuation of Spawn that would have picked up from the series that was like called Spawn Animation or something, the animation, but
okay, because I do remember like I was looking up some stuff a while back where it's like it was like a kid friendly version of Spawn where it had a very much more cartoonish style to it. It wasn't bad, but it was
Thinking
like
of Spawn Kills Everyone.
no. That's a more recent one. This is like an older one where it's. Let me see if I can find it. But it was like it had a much more.
Oh God.
It still had a cool art style to it, but it had a very much more almost like a little safe like art style. Let me see if I can find it. Where are you? This would help if I. Okay, here it is. The Adventures of Spawn.
Oh.
Literally only. Okay, so it only had 2 issues, but I remember seeing this and like just from the image alone, like I'm gonna screen share it real quick. Like it just looks like. Let me see. Like we're mixing things up because there's so much shit surrounding this character.
Yeah, we know about Spawn, the animated series. You were talking about like the other series they were making that was going to kind of be a wrap up to Spawn, or at least like set up the Armageddon, arc. We knew that was going to happen. But then again, that got canceled. Yeah, Spawn the animation. Yeah, we knew
as
that.
much as I would like to talk about it, we really don't know much about it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying what it was kind of going to be a waste of time to talk about because
didn't they do figures based on that concept art?
There are some.
They
I
did
don't know how
I know
many.
they did a Redeemer and a Spawn figure in that style.
Oh, you're talking about Spawn? Okay, so the Adventures of Spawn is officially listed under Spawn X. That is his name. Spawn X.
Okay.
Just like I do with the edgy '90s stuff, because we have to put
Well,
an X
and it
next
was
to
an
the
attempt to make Spawn for kids.
The
Yeah, I forgot they
soldier
made
from hell.
I forgot they.
The
what was
soldier
it?
from hell, handpicked by one of the lords of hell, the guy who was murdered by being burned alive. Yes, kid friendly.
Yeah.
Yes, that is like they really wanted to make a Spawn series that was meant for kids, and they made a bunch of toys based on it with a more friendly Bruce Timmish style.
Yeah.
That was-
I found one of the figures online right now. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Yeah,
I do like the art style. It actually looks very good on Spawn characters.
I wouldn't have minded reading maybe a 12-issue series out of it just because I would be curious about it. I kind of like the idea that they decided to make Spawn and Redeemer both like the good guys in it, because I'm like, that's kind of neat. There's the good evil guy, and then there's like, the evil good, that's kind of neat as a concept. And then they added this other third character, who I forget his name of, who's like the other like good guy main Ninja Turtle dude. So, oh well, poor Spawn, just forever stuck in. Let's see, who is?
I forgot too. If like speaking of X's, I forgot that Superman had a Superman X in Legion of Superheroes.
Most people do. I mean, I love that cartoon a lot, but nobody ever talks about it, sadly enough. But who talks about Legion anymore except like nerds like me who's like, yeah, fuck,
Yeah.
I love the Legion of Superheroes.
Let's see. What did we think of the cliffhanger from like season 3 of the Spawn show? It sucks, but it is what it is. Look, if Todd ever makes a new animated series or whatever, that's great. Actually, funny enough, one last thing that I forgot. Oh, Sauron's back. But anyways, what was I saying? Yeah.
I am sick and fucking tired
of these motherfucking stopping in my internet in this motherfucking town.
So Sauron, how do you feel about losing your spawn juice again? That's what it's called.
He's gonna kill the entire internet spectrum at this point. Just with his mind.
It's so goddamn annoying. Sitting here like talking, and he listens to people talk, and out of nowhere, just dead fucking silence. And like,
he's like, "What happened?"
And then I look in, and it's just like, oh, "I'm sorry, we can't connect to your internet. Fucking connect, or I will rip your fucking guts out.
You'll rip your fucking nutsack under you."
All right, don't worry. I have the I have the character descriptions for the kids version of Spawn right here in front of me.
Oh! Now
I can't wait to hear this.
Yeah, now I remember what I was talking about real quick. Is that Keith David and everyone else, right? For that like canceled Spawn series, they did have their lines done, but it's like now they just gotta wait for Todd and his crew to do actually something. So at least like they don't have to like do the voice lines. I imagine like everything is good. They just need to like figure out how to get it animated and stuff.
It's kind of like the Clone Wars, the 3D Clone Wars season 7, where it's like a lot of those episodes were already recorded. Like all they needed was to animate them.
Mm-hmm. So here is the Forces of Light. Al Simmons was a decorated soldier of the U.S. military with a stellar training and combat record. Selected to take part on a top secret mission known as Project Codename. Wait, it's just literally called Project Codename?
Project Codename. Yes, the 9. Well,
Al
I don't know if
quickly
this was
became
90s.
the team's leader, the team's co-leader. During a nighttime mission, Al encountered a relic called the Necrostone, which was bestowed upon him with incredible powers. He took the mantle of Spawn and became the hero protecting the people of the Earth and the universe. It specifically says protecting the Earth and the universe.
Okay, that's interesting. It shows at least like how powerful he is, at least in that version of him.
Then we have the Redeemer, a wing commander of the once powerful Forces of Light. The Redeemer has fought evil.
Oh no!
In its many forms since time began. He has joined with Spawn X on the front line of combat to battle plague demons and retrieve the Necrostone. And we have the original to this setting, Omega Spawn.
Oh, okay.
A machine from the future that was given life by one
It's a
of the
robot?
relics of ruin. Omega Spawn traveled back in time to aid Al Simmons in his noble cause. Omega Spawn also commands the Omega Squadron, a collection of robots he has created in his own image. I hope you love hearing about the adventures of Spawn.
I literally missed that entire.
I'll don't worry, Sauron.
You
I got
put it in the private chat. You can like private chat it.
Like, just send it to me, because Jesus freaking H Christ. Like, literally, you started talking, and I was straight up like, oh, I can't wait to hear this. And then all of a sudden, it was just dead silence. Like, what the fuck just happened? And then all of a sudden, I just see that tiny little spinning line, like, oh, we're loading. And I was like, ah! I know what hell is now.
I know what Malbolgia's doing to you, man.
Elon Musk heard me
uploaded-
trying to stream and he says, "Oh, you thought you could joke about me? I'm taking you out."
Don't worry, I
uploaded.
uploaded. Just read the forces of light, Sauron. Believe me. I can also read the forces of darkness, who were the main villains of Spawn, of the Adventures of Spawn.
Okay.
Oh shit, I forgot about Mammon.
Yeah. The last surviving members of the forces of darkness, Dark Lord Mammon is a trickster demon, unmatched when it comes to deception and the powers of persuasion. Long overlooked among his dastardly peers, he now stands on the cusp of becoming an even bigger threat than any who came before him. Overt kill, for kids. Part human, part robot. Overt kill is the world's most notorious arms dealer, and his association with Mammon and the Force of Darkness goes back many years. A one-time golden boy of the United States military machine, Overkill gained the first artificial upgrade as part of a clandestine project titled Codename.
Oh my god, that's real. It's just code name.
Yes, it's literally just Codename. Project Codename.
The sad part is, like, as someone who's been in the military, that is not too far-fetched of a title.
I imagine it's not, but at the same time, the fact that it's not anything better is kind of hilarious. Project Codename. God damn it. Anytime I talk about Spawn, I'm just going to call it Project Codename from now on.
Oh my god, let me find out that the working title for the new Spawn movie or anything is called Project Codename.
All right, now we have the next one.
Okay.
A long time and legendary warrior of the side of good, Tiffany, has recently chosen to offer her allegiance to Mammon. Her former friend and allies in the Council of Light do not yet know of her deceit, but the time draws near when her sword will announce her newfound intentions. And of course, everybody's favorite gorilla, Sigurd.
Oh, okay.
A cybernetically enhanced gorilla with a genius-level mental capacity, codename Sigurd, was a U.S. military experiment gone wrong.
Really? Wrong. What was
know.
what was the correct outcome?
A beast removed from its natural habitat, transformed into a living, thinking weapon. Sigurd went berserk during a fight training exercise and escaped from the confines of the hidden lab that housed him and others like him, but not before killing 47 soldiers, scientists, and civilians.
What the fuck was that?
Okay, that's good for kids. Okay.
What the
Explaining
fuck is
all
this? Why is Tiffany like on the side of darkness?
I mean, Tiffany just be like, I like shopping and all
I get
this.
she's a Spawn villain technically, but on the side of darkness, what? Why is Redeemer on Spawn's side? Wait, this is Redeemer 1 or 2?
I think it's probably 2.
If it's 2, that makes sense because I think he is more friendly towards. Yeah, if it's anything based on the figure Manlet, then yeah, that's Redeemer 2.
Yeah, one be Jason Redeemer,
aka the best Redeemer. Fight me.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, fair.
Pure 90s character.
Look, honestly,
honestly,
the thing that bugs the fuck out of me is fucking Omega Spawn. What the hell?
Okay, so what's funny about Omega Spawn is that he is actually a major thing in the latest Spawn comics.
Oh my god, he's been brought back.
I haven't gotten too deep into it, but I think he's like the original Spawn, like one of the top Spawn, some shit like that.
The Omega Spawn is what would happen if Malbolgia and Satan had their way with Al Simmons. Okay, so apparently.
Yeah, he's like Spawn.
Yeah, so he's basically like the ultimate version of, or like the maximum peak of like, Al Simmons. If he was like, yeah, I'll just let Malbolgia do my thing with me,
All right, Malbolgia, take off your pants. I'm gonna let you have your way with me.
Yeah. Let's see. If you could have any team do like the sequel Spawn HBO series, who would you have them do? Probably just play it safe and then have do the people who animate Invincible, just have them do it. possibly.
Give them a higher budget and have them do
give them
it.
a higher budget. They definitely need a higher budget. Don't get me wrong. It's decently animated for Invincible, but they definitely need a higher budget for Spawn. For that, especially with that cape, that they could do a whole bunch of cool shit with the cape.
I mean, if I was going to be honest here with Spawn, like the cape, anything else, and a lot of other things, like having an Invincible team do it would probably be the best solution here.
Yeah, or if it's like you wanted to save budget and then not use a lot of voice actors, just hire like Genny Tartowski and his team. They could do wonders with like just Spawn doing his thing without any dialogue, because again, Tartowski is like a master storyteller and he doesn't have to do dialogue to do it, The
only thing with Tartowski is I don't think he would probably be that interested in doing Spawn himself. Just
he need like I would say like this, you need to influence him a lot. That's true. That's true. Like today's TV stuff is shit. I mean, look at what Hollywood's doing. So we're lucky that sorry,
it's just like to Tartowski, like Spawn is not like part of his vocabulary of characters. Like the guy grew up with like 70s Marvel and stuff, like so it would be interesting to see.
It was great too that he did like I think a one shot of Luke Cage. That was cool.
It was a 4-issue miniseries.
Yeah.
That was a fun mini, actually, but yeah, I just don't think Spawn is actually too much in his wheelhouse. A little bit it is, but not entirely. That's just my opinion.
That too, that's like kind of like I do agree is that like it'd be hard for our Tarkovsky to like kind of match Spawn's style, but people could say it's too cartoonish, but Primal was a good thing because that was like, to me, that seemed like it's still a Tarkovsky style, but like it was very different from what he was doing, because like Samurai Jack was like the last season was crazy. Plus they call Spawn the epitome of toxic masculinity.
Oh my god!
Like, well, you got a lot of fucking idiots out there, so it's no surprise.
This is one thing that kind of annoyed me when I was catching up on Spawn is that, like, at some point, it's quote unquote revealed that his relationship with Wanda was a bit like,
in the show especially, yeah, like.
Well, no,
he fucking hit her.
Yeah, like in the show and in the comic, it's like, oh, he used to be abusive, and then later they retconned it again as that being a like an implanted memory by like Malbosia or whatever to make him think he was like a wife beater. And because they kind of realized that here we have this comic series and story where we built up this guy as being like his whole reason for selling his soul was to be back with his wife, and then you make it to where he was a wife beater. It kind of ruins the initial appeal.
It's like imagine they just kind of roll with it, and then it's like, but they write it in like a how can I explain? I'm not saying that, of course, endorse it. I mean, like, make it different. Like, what would actually, maybe maybe it was a good idea to retcon it, because now I think about it, it's like it'd be hard to like write it in that like that he is a wife beater, because there's very few
things where it's like
we put that
sometimes
in there,
these creators don't realize. Like, here's the thing: sometimes when you're
you write yourself into a corner. That's what I was probably going to say.
Well, here's the thing: I think when that was written, they didn't realize how far that would break Spawn Al Simmons as a character.
Yeah, and then it's like, again, they kind of wrote themselves into a corner because they realized, oh shit, if we do this, then it's like what you said, it's like Al will have technically no reason to be like with Wanda, because or like what Sauron said, it's like, why would I care about Al now if he beat his wife? And it's like, oh, he did this for her, but I'm like, I don't care now because you're an abusive asshole.
It's one of those things where, and this is actually a thing where it's like, like you could have a character straight up being an assassin and have people still relate to them, but then the minute they reveal like child beater, like stuff like that, it's like immediate just turn off from them. It's one of those things where it's like there are certain things like people can excuse, but then there's like arguably things that are arguably like people almost like naturally just like people naturally just do not like.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, sorry. But no, like with everything going on, like with but no, like with Al and Spawn, it's just that the character ended up being broken, unfortunately. So it is what it is.
Yeah, it's like we discussed, like the this like with the comments. The show did have balls, yeah, like we just discussed. Especially like I said, if that show was released, and especially the comments, let's see, Overkill and Chapel said about Spawn's outfit, yeah, people would be reading and going all that stupid social justice warrior feminist bullshit about saying like you can't tell Spawn's costume like that. I'm like, oh well,
and also like keep in mind like Overkill and Spawn and Chapel are literally maniacal psychopathic killers. Like
yeah, they don't give a shit.
Overkill
like,
literally makes a joke about eating Spawn's heart, and like, well, let me rephrase. He makes a comment about eating Spawn's heart, and Tony Twist thinks he's joking, but he's not joking. He's just like, I'm keeping the heart.
Yeah, he's like keeping the heart. Yeah.
And then Chapel straight up burned his best friend. Like in the context of, especially in the context of the show, him and Al were best friends essentially. Like they were partners on all the missions they went on, and his entire time he was waiting for the order to kill Al Simmons. And there's like a brief moment where he has a little bit of remorse, but that's it. It's like a brief moment of like he has PTSD of lighting a man on fire, but then later he kind of drops that angle.
Here we go.
So it fits their characters to make comments like that.
Yeah, especially like, and again, and then like you see on the other hand with just the normal thugs, they're scared shitless to Spawn because they've never seen a guy like this before. Yeah, they got some balls on them, but they never like encountered somebody like him before. A guy who just like who throws like one of them through a window, through a car,
windshield.
Windshield like it's fucking nothing,
And a lot of times they just think he's some guy in a suit, which, like, and usually when he shows up, he just kills them. Like, the only time he even has a chance to really talk to them is with Overkill and Chapel. And when you really think about it, Overkill was the only one who stood a chance. Chapel, he just, honestly, the little fight between him and Chapel is him just toying the shit out of Chapel.
Yeah.
He doesn't even kill Chapel. He straight up just like, when Chapel starts begging, like, please kill me, he's like, no, I'm gonna let you live. And then, like, he literally breaks Chapel's sanity. And Chapel is now sitting there like, oh my god, he's back from the dead. I killed him.
You want to know what the thing about animating Chapel is kind of weird if you think about it?
What?
Yeah.
That's as close as Rob Liefeld has ever gotten to an animated series. Because there was actually an attempt to do a Youngblood animated series that just never got on. There's some test animation you can find online. So, yeah, that's the closest his image character got it. The other one was Savage Dragon.
Oh, Lord. And Savage Dragon,
it's like, again, I don't care what people said. I read the first, like, I think 5 to 10 issues and watched the first couple of episodes that it had. I never liked the character. I never liked the show. Well, yeah, the comic or the show. I just don't like the character. I don't know. He just kind of bugs me in the wrong way.
Also, Eric Larson, like, let's be real.
Is a jackass.
He's kind of a bitch.
Yeah, that too. That too.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna say it because I can't say he's a punk ass nigga. Like, the dude is so like, I'm sorry to say, but like some of the stuff he draws and writes into Savage Dragon, it's like I'm all for like you can do whatever the hell you want in your book.
Yeah, it's your book.
You
Yeah,
can
it's
draw whatever
whatever.
you want. You can write whatever you want. I'm not arguing that you don't have that right. However, I am gonna sit here and kind of be questioning why your character literally looks like a fucking child, and like in almost every panel they're in is some kind of weird sexual situation. Like it's fucking weird.
Hey. We can't diss the creator of Medieval Sandman.
Also, Victor Creed, Eric Larson, like he's a comic creator back with like what Image, I don't know the stuff he did before.
He's
Image,
one of the founders. He's one of the founders of Image.
Yeah, he did. His thing is like
so
obviously Savage Dragon. Like
Yeah.
So
McFarlane to Spawn,
the original
his is Savage
founders
Dragon.
So the original founders of Image was Todd McFarlane, Jim Valentino, Rob Liefeld, Jim Lee, and Eric Larson. Sometimes Willis Portacio is also put in, and sometimes Mark Silvestri for Top Cow is also put in. But like those five are the original Image founders. But yes, so and they each contributed, they each interacted, and they were part of the first wave of Image characters. So yeah. So if we talk about Eric Larson, he's the creator of Savage Dragon.
Yeah, and like Savage Dragon is one of those where it's like I'm not trying to sit here and say like you can't enjoy it. I'm not gonna sit here and say there aren't moments or stuff in it to enjoy. I am saying though is that there's some really just
So let me tell you this. You know how
moments.
some comics, when they do crossovers, they actually are like, we're not going to make the crossovers matter so you can skip them if you want. You know, they're like fun. Right?
Yeah.
Right? Savage Dragon, you have to read the Mars Attacks crossover.
Oh Lord. Isn't there okay, so there's a bit of a side tangent, but I know like there's a Wildcats crossover with aliens. And like one of the noteworthy things with the crossover is that it's technically canon to the Wildcat story at the time, because it kills off some like characters and like those characters stay dead going forward.
Here's the thing: it's relevant to the Wildstorm universe, not the Wildcat universe. Because here's the thing. Okay, because I know the story you're talking about. Here's what it affects: it kills off the main characters of Stormwatch, setting the stage for the Authority to replace them. You know,
yeah,
the big Warren Ellis comic. So
okay, one thing I will say, because I know Burning brought this up, like favorite issue of Spawn. Now, it's kind of hard to answer because like
I'm gonna say my favorite arc in general is the Redeemer arc with Grant Morrison. And I'll tell you why. It has my favorite moments so far is Spawn crying, digging his body out of the grave. I thought that was just fucking cool. And the end of the arc where he gives Wanda a good memory of him. That was good. That was a good moment, in my opinion. Plus, it also introduces Redeemer anti-Spawn.
No, this is actually fun like this.
Fuck yeah. Love that arc.
Yeah, I was gonna say like it's kind of hard for me to narrow down an issue. I will say arc-wise, I do like the Redeemer arc. I am a bit biased when it comes to like the Angela stuff because I do think she's a very cool character to be introduced into the Spawn mythos. So I haven't really caught up on it, but I do like a lot of the stuff they're doing with like the latest Spawn stuff. What do you call it? Resurrection. It's all right. It's a decent enough starting point for someone who hasn't read Spawn for a long time and wants to get into it. However, like it is a bit confusing because like everything that came before it is technically canon. What happened? I did like universe
Trash
stuff.
back down with one reason.
Again, it is a good. That is probably a
No.
better starting point for the
I was
latest
puking.
Spawn
There's
stuff.
no puke in there, but like I was like, sorry about that. Like I have like a guest over here really quickly. My bad.
Oh, you're good. Also, Victor, listen, man, you can have the Marvel Spawn. I'll have the Image, and you can have the Marvel Angela. I'll have the Image Angela. How about that?
Man, you know what? I'm shocked that Image. I'm shocked as a joke that Marvel hasn't teamed her up with Nightwatch. If I was working at Marvel, I would do that as like a fucking joke.
When's the last time they used Nightwatch? Let's be real here. When's the last time Marvel actually?
Oh, I remember.
Well,
I remember.
She-Hulk-
They what was it? He actually got arrested by She-Hulk, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
where it's revealed that he was secretly a bad guy all along.
I was like, Jesus Christ, man! Like, what a waste of a character that nobody even gave a fuck about. You know?
I honestly can't call it much of a waste because you want to know what the character was doing before this?
Nothing.
He was dead.
Oh yeah, well,
It doesn't matter. It's Marvel and DC. It doesn't fucking matter.
I know, but still.
listen, Victor, I'm the Dark Lord here. All right, I'm the one who makes the rules.
Look,
But one thing I will say though, and this is kind of more of the Angela thing, is that like, listen, I'm all for like the legal rights being contested, and I'm not even going to sit here and argue that McFarlane was in the right. However, I will say since the migration, she has been utterly wasted. Like,
I honestly
don't-
think they should not have put her into Thor mythos.
no, she should not have been put into the Thor mythos. That was completely unnecessary.
I think they should have put her in like her own thing. Because here's the thing. Marvel hasn't done a lot of Angel mythos itself. Just build off her and make her her own thing.
Who?
Angela. It's such a like one of the things I'm not a big fan of. Like, I get it. Like, when it comes to like, especially like, not even just modern comics, but just kind of like comics way after the fact. Like, you continue the story, keep going on. It's like I understand that like it's kind of inevitable that you're gonna have that tacked on element to some of them. You know what I mean? Like when you introduce a new character, it's always gonna feel tacked on to a degree, unless you straight up sit here and establish that this is a brand new character from the get go. However, when it comes to characters like Angela, and when they come to the backstories, it's so obvious that it's a tacked on thing where it's like, it turns out Thor had a long lost sister and her name was Angela and yada yada yada. And it's like, no, it's even someone who doesn't know who Angela is. It's one of like I couldn't see someone saying like, oh well, I didn't see that coming. This fits so naturally. It's like, no, like this is such an obvious like. Here's this new character who secretly has been here the whole time, but really hasn't. Like she easily could have been her own character, like without needing to tie into Thor. If you wanted to make her an Asgardian, go right ahead, but she did not need to be Thor's long lost sister.
Oh yeah, that was bullshit.
I think here's the thing, because she honestly just brings nothing to the Loki Thor dynamic. She really doesn't. And if they just don't take, because a problem with a character like her is they're like, oh, we're going to make her important, but we're also going to make her separate from this dynamic. It's like, because when you make something like that, you really want to pay it off quickly, just so that every readers are like, I'm invested in this relationship. And they haven't done that at all with her.
I mean, Victor here kind of says it best. She doesn't really belong in the Marvel universe.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying she couldn't work if you really tried hard enough, but kind of from like the basic level of what she is in the universe itself, she doesn't need to be there. It's kind of like it's a little bit of a side tangent, but it's like when people talk about like when Marvel / Disney bought like the rights to Alien and Predator, and they were talking about like, oh, they should integrate them into the Marvel universe. Like, no, they have no purpose. There's literally no reason to introduce these characters because what are they gonna do? Like, the Marvel Universe already has their equivalent of the Xenomorph. And then the Predators, it's like, what the fuck are they going to do to the majority of the characters in Marvel? Nothing.
I'm just
outclass them.
Honestly, it sounds like if you bring the Predator into Marvel, he would just end up jobbing as a Spider-Man villain.
Yes,
Yeah.
like most of the characters you see in Marvel, aside from like the very I was gonna say some of the basic street, even some of the basic street level characters, like the Predator versus Luke Cage. Like, what the fuck is a Predator gonna do to Luke Cage?
I mean,
In all honesty.
I mean, literally, like adamantium and vibranium are like the only things that can cut his skin, and I doubt the Predator stuff can cut his fucking skin. You know?
Yeah, it's like the thing with Angela. It's like, again, like you honestly, now that I kind of think about it, like, what could you have, aside from just shoehorning her in there as just some random person coming over? Like, what could you have done to her aside from make her an Asgardian? Like, make her like an Eternal or something? Like, I guess that could work. But even
but
then,
at the
like,
same time, now it's like with the Eternals, it's like no one gives a shit about them in the movies, which is a horrible movie, by the way, and in the comics too, because now it's sullied. So you know,
yeah,
fuck
because it's
either
like
way.
you couldn't make her a mutant or an Inhuman because that diminishes what she.
Yeah,
supposed to
totally. Totally.
Yeah.
Oh, she's just a mutant. Like, she's literally like a divine angelic warrior. That's such a downgrade.
Yeah.
Like an Asgardian, as much as I don't like it, that's probably the only thing they could have done with her character, aside from making a whole new mythos for her.
I think they should have made a new mythos for her, honestly.
They
because
really should have.
Marvel does a lot of things. Look, the reason we found out Wolverine's real name was from a leprechaun. Angels is not the most out there thing for Marvel, honestly.
I mean, Mephisto is there. So,
yeah.
You know, the Christian mythology could totally fit.
Yeah, no, it's not hard, honestly. And
the one above all is literally God in that context.
Like, again, there is so much you could do, and you could easily build up enough mythos about her. But Angela was just handled to a lot of bad creators, too. Dear Lord. Like, because of the creators they handed her to, she's now more infamous.
It's not that we don't have a favorite episode. It's just like we keep going on and on.
Yeah,
we see your comment. We are not ignoring it.
It's one of those because like I'm very passionate about like again like even aside from the waifu angle of it, I enjoy one of my favorite characters. So it's
hard to exactly
not go.
I'll also say with Spawn, it's hard to name a favorite episode for Spawn because a lot of the episodes have running arcs in them.
I'll say this: I do like the first episode. I do like that. That's my favorite.
I was gonna say, what's your favorite moment? How about that? Like,
I actually do have one favorite episode, Made Men, actually.
And
you know what? That is a good episode. I did say earlier it kind of drags on, but I think its own isolated story is good.
This. It's the only time they did the whole morality play episode thing and actually have it be at the forefront right. Because,
and not to mention, they introduce a very important element to Spawn in the sense that, like, the people he kills are just fueling the armies of hell.
Yeah.
One thing that people always say, like, well, why don't you just kill the bad guys? Why is it such a big deal? And it's like, I get that argument, but it's like when you're dealing with like heaven and hell, especially in the context of Spawn, it's like you're really just fueling hell's army. And I'm glad they addressed that because it's like you're just sending them more people to eventually become foot soldiers or even Hellspawn. And again, like the whole thing with Billy Kincaid, like the show didn't really get to do it, but like he comes back as a Hellspawn, which is a big fucking deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like I'm all for like I said, I'm all for like exploring that aspect about it. And like I said, there's a lot of good moments to Spawn. It's just that it's very hard to do Spawn, the favorite animated series, since a lot of it is interconnected episodes. So, but there are a lot of good moments in the show, like Terry surviving against those assassins for a long period of time in the episode.
Or then, Terry surviving against that guy being influenced by Malbolgia and hanging black people, like... You know, that's an episode. That's an episode, by the way. Like, I'm not making that up.
That's another character who I would love to see come back as a Hellspawn. No offense. Like that would.
That too. I was like, okay, again, like,
Todd McFarlane asking us if we want to be cucks. like great moments from every episode.
Also,
Yeah,
one thing
he
I
was
will
a
say I
typical
really like
balding
about
white dude with the glasses and all that. That was like
I will
was
say
being
like
hard.
Twitch, like one of my favorite moments. Twitch straight up discover like again he didn't get the hell element because who would at that context, but like him basically figuring out the entire conspiracy behind Al Simmons's murder, like that was pretty legit.
I think like if anyone asks me my favorite moment, it's a two-way tie between Al going to what was it? Al going to like the armory to get his weapons, and then the other one is like when Sam and Twitch are at the first time we see them, and then they're at the crime scene, and then the one dude that spawned through in the windshield, he's yelling at him. He's eating a donut, right? And the speckles of the food are going onto basically the dead body. And like Twitch is telling him, look, you can't do that. It's like the chief and the other superiors are gonna be mad about like sprinkling donut crumbs on the deceased. And what does he do? He just fucking sprinkles. He sprinkles with his fucking fingers. And I'm like, yeah, he is. I understand why he's so mad about him, because they're mafia dirtbags, piece of shit. That's how he calls them.
Also, that's another good moment in the show I'm thinking of is like God, what was one? I really like the introduction of Violator. Like I'm talking like the demon form of Violator. I think they handled it a lot better.
Oh yeah, that one was like
he just kicks Spawn's ass, and it really does a good job of setting up that there is a difference between just the regular human bad guys and demons, and it showed like Spawn has a ways to go before he's ready to take on stuff like that. I also like God. There's a lot of cool like moments and stuff in the show in and of itself. Yeah, there's a lot of it's actually one of my favorite things is Jason Wynn discovering Spawn when he gets like the security footage from the armory. Or no, he gets like the security footage from like Overkill. And he sees Spawn for the first time, and he's straight up like the voice acting in the animated series is probably top notch.
Yeah,
I love hearing his voice.
Yeah,
saying
Wynn's
straight
voice
up,
is so great.
I love hearing him straight up say, "What the hell is that?" Like the guy who has all the answers, who's in control of everything for the first time in his life, legitimately asking, "What the hell is that?" I don't have the answers for that one.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You can see him from beginning to like I think the second to last episode of Spawn, that he goes this guy that he's in complete control to now that he's a complete fucking mess, who's also gets disfigured also, and then runs away with his tail between his legs after a fucking shootout. Like that was like, yeah, it sucks we don't see more of that, but I thought at the same time it was perfect way to end Wynn's kind of thing in the show, to show how far he fell just to like kill.
Yeah, because he was basically
Spawn.
like the most powerful man, one of the most powerful men on the planet. Now he's just
a bitch.
Freak.
Now he's a bitch.
Yeah, he's a disfigured bitch. Running from a hellspawn, which, to be fair, most people would be running from a hellspawn. Yeah. But yeah, like, God. Where are we at? Oh, God, it's 4 hours. Okay, I think it's a good time to.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like,
it's almost like 1 a.m. for me.
Oh Lord.
I am sorry.
No.
This was inevitable because like when it comes to certain streams, like there's some topics I like and then there's some topics I love. This is one of those where it's like, in all honesty, I could probably talk about this for another 4 hours.
Probably.
There's just so much,
There's so much to talk about. There's so much I love about this character. It's just, again, it's one of those where it's like, there's some comics, some stories in general, just where like even the premise alone is enough to get me hooked. And Spawn is one of those where it's like the concept of a guy who, actually, yeah, the concept of a government assassin who did a lot of bad things, but wasn't necessarily an evil man, gets sent to hell, and then for the sake of love, he's like, you know what? I'm gonna sell my soul to be with the woman I love, and then it just absolutely backfires on him. And
I get. No, I don't mean to interrupt you, but again, burning. I'm pretty sure we said it multiple times. We already talked about the canceled 4th season.
yeah,
Like, I'm
mean,
sorry
not-
to say, I don't
there's
mean
not
to
too
be an
much to bring
asshole,
up with it.
but like, you just keep saying it over and over again, and we already know. Like, I'm sorry.
But which was the last question?
No, because he just deleted it. He was
I
like,
am sorry.
no, sorry.
Sorry,
about-
something went bad on my end.
I know you're good. I was wondering. Oh man, he's ready to go.
No, I literally just exited out of something I didn't mean to exit out of.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But no, I was just saying, like,
I
sorry,
try
you
not
go.
to say. I try not to leave before I say goodbye.
Oh, okay.
Oh god, I remember I did that one time where I left without saying goodbye, and it haunted me. I was just like, oh damn it. Oh, that's no way to end.
Again, Burning's asking us again, how do we feel about the canceled 4th season? We've answered this about like 4 or 5 times already. There's like not much info we can like talk about it. Whatever.
I mean, it's one of those where it's like, again, the show was very clearly being a cleanup.
We're talking about the 4th. Yeah, we're talking about the 4th season. Yeah, we're talking about the 4th season, and then we talked about Jason's like arc. Yeah.
Again, it's one of those where it's like, I think the Jason redemption arc could have been cool if they did it in a like
a Redeemer. Heck, I would have loved to see him as the Redeemer in season 4. That would have been awesome.
Also, it could have been okay. So here's how I envision it: as someone like. This would be my final thoughts on it when it comes to like the Redeemer arc for Jason. Is I would love to see it as like it's not really a redemption arc, like not like you with the you as the audience with the context of what Jason has done for the past 3 seasons.
He's been evil scumbag.
Yeah, you know damn well he does not deserve this redemption. The angels that are giving him this redemption know he doesn't deserve it, and even him himself know he doesn't deserve it. But because he is an enemy to Spawn, that makes him a useful pawn. And then I would love it to where, like, right before he becomes the Redeemer, he has a brief moment where he realizes that he's losing his mind to it. Like for a brief moment, he's thinking he's about to have all this power that Spawn has, but just on the opposite spectrum. And then right before he gets it, he realizes that wait a minute, and then suddenly, bam, his entire personality is gone. His memories are gone. He is no longer Jason Wynn. He is just now the Redeemer. That would have been like. It would have been a little subtle, but at the same time, it would have been a great end to his arc where he did all this evil stuff and he still got his comeuppance despite the fact that he was getting, quote unquote, a redemption. I think that would be a great way, and also a great way to segue into the Redeemer, who, again, is essentially just a blinded, purely good character. Like, he's just blinded by pure light, and I think that would have been a great end to Jason Wynn's character and a great start to the Redeemer, where it doesn't even matter who he was beforehand. Now he's just a mindless soldier for heaven.
Yeah. Okay, I'll read like the wiki real quick about like some plot stuff with season 4. Okay, so Angela was gonna come back. Apparently, Jade was her lover. Okay, that one I didn't know about.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah. Okay, there'll be a gang war spiraling out of control led by Barabbas. Sorry. Let's see. Spawn befriends a runaway teenage girl named Christine with a case of pyrophobia. Okay, so I guess like they'd be have something in common. Yeah, Chopper breaks out of the asylum, winds up as a pawn for Angela. Okay, I guess that wouldn't be kind of cool. That wouldn't be kind of cool. Merrimack.
That's interesting because, so the idea of Spawn befriending a teen girl, that sounds a bit like Nyx, who is the original She-Spawn. Not exactly, because Nyx was older, but that does sound a little similar to that because, their initial relationship is kind of that of like she's like, you know, a troubled young person who inherits some of Spawn's power and becomes the she Spawn, because she's not a real hell Spawn. She's more or less got a piece of Al Simmons' power and thus became the she Spawn.
Yeah,
So
and not
she's not a
to
true
not to
hell
mention not to mention that she's like afraid of fire, and Al could kind of relate to that considering his death was by fire. So, and like I could be wrong, when he was set ablaze, I think it was by overkill, he actually was profoundly afraid,
It was
because
Billy Kincaid.
oh yeah, Bill. Oh yeah, it was Billy. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, he got,
was
and
like,
it's the only time Billy can, because in reality, Billy Kincaid stood no chance against him, but
yeah,
because
no,
he lit him on
because
fire, that was like the brief moment he had a chance to
Yeah.
escape him.
I was gonna say too, did at a time was he actually afraid of fire at one time? Like,
I think it's more or less like one of those where it just brings up bad memories.
yeah.
I don't think he's like afraid of it. I think it's one of those where it's like he gets lit on fire and then he has a flash of like, oh, this is how I died.
Yeah, and then there's this character, Miramac. I don't know who Miramac is. Teams up with Twitch to save her daughter, and then like most of the characters come to the realization of Spawn's identity. You know, being Al Simmons. I'm like, that one would be interesting. Or I would imagine like around the end. Again, that would be interesting.
That'd be a cool like season 4 cliffhanger ending in the sense that they continue in season 5.
Yeah, if they continued it.
Also, Angela and Jade would be lovers. What the hell? Considering Jade is like, you know, she didn't exist until the show.
Yeah, well, she was a decent character, and the way that I felt so bad for her at the end because, you know, it was like a comeuppance because he had to kill. He had to kill her because otherwise, if they killed her, right, she'd just go to hell. But if Spawn killed her, she'd go to heaven because she kind of like, you know,
because she got killed by her natural enemy.
Yeah, and then it's like basically it's like a heaven's code thing, you know.
Also, you're right. Miramac was the
okay.
was like Jason Wynn's like other assassin.
I thought she was gonna be Jade. Like honestly, I thought Miramac was gonna.
She does look like Jade in a little set. There's like slight differences, but like if you weren't really like, I'm not saying you weren't paying attention, but like if you're not careful, you can see like, oh, this looks like the same person.
She's voiced by Miwan. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's a good stopping point.
Yeah, I think that's a good time to stop.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, like we already went 20 minutes over from when I said we should probably stop. So if it wasn't obvious by now, like we could talk about Spawn well into the night, into the next day, because I love Spawn. It's very clear everyone else loves Spawn, but I think this is a good time to stop here.
Yeah.
If you're looking to get into Spawn, like unironically, don't be afraid to start from issue 1. It is kind of a rough read, but I do think there is some charm to it. If you really, really don't want to have to go through that, I guess you can start from the Spawn Resurrection stuff. Like it is essentially the reboot of Spawn. So like that is a decent enough start point.
I was gonna say,
Victor, you missed a lot.
Yeah.
If your last comment was reflective of when your internet cut out, you missed quite a bit.
I was gonna say, like, you could probably get like some decent stuff if you got Comixology and you sub to them. You got, I think, like, yeah, if you get what is it, Comixology Unlimited, you can basically read a lot of stuff from Spawn basically for free. Well, you still got the sub service, and also, if you look online, there's probably people who have dedicated their time to like put the Spawn stuff in order so you can read
there's
it,
definitely
right?
some reading lists out there because I know like some of the spin-offs are essentially like Spawn Dark Ages is essentially like a prequel, but it's not really tied to Spawn. It's more or less just like this is a Spawn that came before. So there's plenty of stuff out there to read up on, stuff to get into, and like the Al Simmons stuff is the main one, but you can still get into the other stuff and still get a good context of what Spawn is all about. The compendium is probably your best bet because it's literally a giant book full of all the Spawn stuff, including like the Angela stuff that later gets cut out from other ones. So Excuse me. All right, so we're about 4 hours, 30 minutes in. I think it's a good time to call it. I want to thank everybody who came on. Oh, I'm getting tired myself. Everybody who came on, everybody who watched us, will watch us, Oh God. Oh God.
You
Excuse
should
me.
probably leave now before we all pass out on our
It's one of
keyboards.
those. It's one of those where I feel like now that I'm acknowledging it's over, my brain is like, all right, it's time to sleep.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys have a wonderful night.
I guess, yeah.
Have a nice one, man.
Also, thank you, Victor. I appreciate that.